The number changed. For Santa Clara, yes. So everyone's not elected. On Friday, there's 16 ballots left for Santa Clara that they're checking.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you all to the special meeting of the Los Altos City Council. It is April 30th, about 5:48 p.m. We had a closed session earlier, ran a little bit late. I apologize for that, but I thank you very much for your indulgence and your patience in waiting. So I think we have one more council member. Here he is, the vice mayor. So I think that we are ready to begin. Madam City Clerk, would you please confirm quorum?
Councilmember Meadows.
Here.
Councilmember Fleiger.
Here.
Councilmember Liang.
Here.
Vice Mayor Daley.
Here.
Mayor Weinberg.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay. Then we will move on to our first discussion item. Do we take public comment now, correct?
We can, yes.
Okay, so there is one item for discussion at the special meeting. We will take public comment on that item only, and this will be the only time that anyone will have to be able to give public comment if they desire to do so. So, Madam City Clerk, do we have any cards?
We have one.
Okay, I'll give the speaker 3 minutes.
Nanette Jackson.
Okay. Hi, council members. My name is Nanette Jackson, and I've been at these meetings before for Safe Routes to School. So I wanted to request that this VTA project start from the point where Newcastle Avenue and Grant Road starts, where it goes down Lucky's towards Cupertino Middle School. I was part of a big group of parents that actually audited that whole area back, I couldn't remember what year, but it was before COVID, when my kids were going to Coop Middle School, and they were cycling to school. So, and at that time, we had one of our, my older child's classmate. She actually was a new cyclist in that area, and she went down that road towards Trader Joe's right at when the road starts narrowing, and she got scared. I think she didn't know where to go, so then she ended up getting hit, and she crashed there. So that's why we were really concerned, and we wanted to, all of us wanted to gather and make sure that that road is safe for all the kids going to Coop Middle School, as well as from that neighborhood, as well as to Homestead High School. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers? No? Then I would like to turn the floor over to the VTA for a presentation. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Okay, good evening, and thank you very much for allowing us to make a presentation on the Homestead Road Safe Route to School project. Next slide. So first, let me do some introduction here. My name is Hassan Bazma. I'm a transportation engineering manager at VTA, and I'm the project manager for this project. And with me, I have Lauren Ledbetter, who's a senior transportation engineer for VTA. And I have my design team here, Zila Shafi, who is the project manager for the consulting team, and Nabila, who is the project engineer. Okay, what's the agenda here? So what we want to do is we'll talk about the purpose of this presentation, and then go into some project background, kind of where we've come from and how we're moving forward, where we're at now and how we want to move forward. And then we'll talk about some project goals and design considerations, which are basically the design scope for the project. Then we'll get into some project cost and scheduling, and then any upcoming outreach meetings that we're having, and then we can have the study session and question and answer. So what's the purpose of the presentation? The purpose here is to actually update the council on the Homestead Road Safe Route to School project and have a study session. So Background, like I said, where we've come from. Back then in November 2016, the voters of Santa Clara County approved a Measure B, which was a 30-year half-cent sales tax, which support transportation projects and services. And included in that list of programs were local streets, roads, bicycles, and pedestrians. So in 2018, the County Board of Supervisors, Josie Median, championed this project. And then in 2019, the County of Santa Clara completed the final study report for this project. And in 2023, the Measure B funds were secured and the project went out to bid, and that's when we hired Dean Scope. Past project activities. So during, as I mentioned, the Santa Clara County led the planning study. During that time, they had 2 community meetings, which were held with extensive public outreach. And the first one was held in November 2018, and the second one was held in February of 2019. And stakeholders that were involved in that were the cities of Sunnyvale, Los Altos, Cupertino, VTA, Caltrans, County of Santa Clara, and the school districts, including parents, students, and staff. And I think we just heard from a parent here. Next. Project map. As I'm sure you're all familiar with the corridor. So the project location limits are from Grant Road all the way to Hellenbeck Road. And along the corridor, it goes over at Stevens Creek and State Route 85 with the 3 schools that are close to the corridors: West Valley Elementary School, Homestead High School, and Cupertino Middle School. Project goals. What do we want to achieve with this project? We want to implement bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure improvements for the safe route to school. And we also want to support safe and efficient modes of transportations like walking, biking, driving, and using public transit. We also want to connect the 3 schools that I mentioned earlier on: the West Valley Elementary School, Cupertino Middle School, and Homestead High School. So the design consideration, what is the scope of work that we're working with? We want to be installing new sidewalks to close the gaps. If you go out there, you'll notice that you'll see sidewalks, and then there's gap, and then you'll see sidewalks. We want to make sure we close those gaps. We want to widen sidewalks and share use path wherever feasible. We want to convert some bike lanes to buffered or protected bike lanes wherever feasible. We want to tighten some of the corner curb radii so that we get a complete street feel. We want to install new ADA curb ramp and improve traffic signals, and also upgrade to high visibility crosswalks. And then there's a couple of free right turn lanes that we want to eliminate. So what's the funding source? As I mentioned earlier on, we did receive the Measure B funding, and it was for $1.167 million. And then Santa Clara County contributed $350,000 to that, for a total of $1.518 million. And what this covers, this only covers the environmental clearance and 35% design. It does not go all the way to final design, nor does it include construction cost. So construction cost estimates. We did have a 35% design level, and from that, we've estimated $12 million for the construction cost. And with that comes construction management, and that is usually averaged about 20% of your construction cost, which comes out to about $2.4 million. And we did add a contingency amount of $2.4 million, so for a total of $16.8 million. Again, this construction cost always, it's a preliminary construction cost estimate. It's based on a 35% design. And so it would fluctuate. And also it does not include right-of-way cost in case there's any impact to right-of-way. So the schedule, as I mentioned earlier on, Santa Clara County did the study report, and it was finalized in 2019. And we received the 35% plan draft from our designers in February of this year. We have distributed it to stakeholders. They've reviewed it, which includes cities and counties. They've made comments. They've given us back their comments, and we are trying to incorporate those comments and finalize those drawings and those plans and specs, and finalize it by June of this year. We've been holding public meetings. I've been to BPAC meetings for Sunnyvale and Cupertino and no, not VTA yet, and also Los Altos Complete Streets Commission, and we've been doing that since April, and we'll be running till June because we do have the Sunnyvale Council meeting coming up and also the VTA BPAC. Environmental clearance is expected to start next month and last till maybe by February of next month. We'll finalize that. Now, the next 3 items, you'll see asterisks on that. Those are the final plans, bidding and going into construction. It's pending future funds. As I mentioned before, we don't have the money yet. We are actively looking for funds. We did apply a couple of times and were not successful, so we'll keep on trying. So if we do have funds ASAP, our schedule looks like final plans will be in October of next year, and bidding will be between January 2026 and June 2026, and construction will start in June of 2026 for about 1.5 years till December 2027. So as I mentioned, upcoming outreach meetings, we will be going to the Sunnyvale City Council on the 7th of next month, and planning on going to the VTA BPAC on June 12th. And that ends my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. When you presented to the community earlier this month, I believe, you had drawings of what was being proposed. Do you have those here today, or can you put them up on the screen?
These ones were street maps on the table, and then on the presentation there were cross-section renderings. I'm not sure which one was that. Was that
I think it would be useful maybe if you can go over both of them.
Okay. So the renderings, the cross-sections.
And I'm sorry, did you say you have been to our Complete Streets Commission, or you're intending to go?
them.
You've already been, okay.
Yes. It takes a little while because they're huge files. Sorry.
I could start with the question.
Okay, yep.
There we go.
Oh,
There we go. Is this the first one? Okay, well, that's okay. We'll just go. It's not in order, but that's okay. So what we did was we took some cross sections and make it a rendering, just so that it's plain, it's understandable. So here what we're looking at is we're on Homestead. So we're on Fallen Leaf Lane and looking east. On the left side, you'll notice there's a widened share use path. And on the right side, we're installing protected bike lanes.
Protected bike lanes are gonna be key. At 3 o'clock, drivers take that bike lane that's there now and make it their little right-hand turn lane to continue onto Grant from that stretch.
Mm.
And they drive right through the bike lane, and the kids coming home from school have no bike lane because every car is already in the bike lane.
Okay, good to know. Yeah. Okay. This one, okay. And this one is on Homestead. This is on Foothill, right? Or Grant. This is Grant. Yeah, thank you. This is Grant, and from Chris Drive to Homestead. So we widening the sidewalk on the left and installing bike lanes with buffer on both sides. Well, on the left side, and installing a protected bike lane on the right side. And this one is on State Route 85. On this one, we're installing, this is between Bernardo and Maxine, we're installing a protected two-way cycle track and installing protected bike lanes and sidewalk improvements on both sides of the road. And then this one is on Bernardo. So you're looking north from Homestead. On the left side, we're widening the sidewalk, and also on the right side, and then right next to the Cupertino Middle School, we're installing pedestrian beacon, and we're installing a bike lane with buffer on the right side. I think that was it, right? Those were the renderings that we did, 4 renderings.
All right. Thank you. And could you show us the concept idea for the intersection of Vineyard, Homestead, Foothill, and Grant, please?
Isn't there work being done at that intersection right now, or is it the one?
It's Arboretum.
It's blocked
Yep.
up Arboretum, yeah. What's going on at the intersection of Arboretum and Grant right now? There's work on all 4 corners. All 4, looks like pork chops are being taken out or something like that. I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, excuse me, I don't think we'll,
Yep.
Yes, Arboretum and Grant.
And they're doing some statistical modification.
But it's not part of this project.
correct, it's not part of this project, yes.
And council, I can confirm, I just confirmed with the Public Works Director, is that that is actually a county initiative, and they're reorienting and realigning the sidewalk configuration, the pork chops, essentially everything that you're outlining. So it's gonna probably look and feel similar to kind of what's going on, because they're gonna manipulate the existing infrastructure to make it more compliant with what we are expected to have as a deployment today.
Okay. I will turn it over to my colleagues. Are there any clarifying questions? Councilmember Liang.
We once had bus route 51H, and that was an option to try to get students off their bicycles or utilize VTA buses more often. If we're taking out bus stops as well, and we not implementing back on, is there a chance we can have bus route 51H re-implemented? Because you know why it was implemented when COVID occurred. So I would like to see how we could try to provide other options for children to have safe route and transportation opportunities to go to school.
Yeah, I can discuss that with our boss folks right now. I'm not sure, is 51 being eliminated?
51H is not. Oh, did they re-implement it? Because I didn't think they re-implemented, so I was talking to Jay Tyree about it. Then we would have to look at how can we have more bus stops, because I think we've removed bus stops, and we were talking about putting one in front of Cupertino Middle, as well as we took out the bus stop by Trader Joe's. So I think if we're not making it convenient and we're waiting for children to go all the way to get dropped off in front of Lucky's, and then having to walk back to get home when they live closer towards the El Sereno exit that was removed, then we're not encouraging usage of VTA buses. So I'd like to revisit that.
Sure.
The other thing is, But I greatly thank you for all the work that you're doing. I'm thankful that you came here for this presentation.
Thank you.
I'm glad that we have an opportunity to continue to provide some input.
Thank you.
I'd really appreciate it if we could host an event at Grant Park, because it's that neighborhood that's really needs to understand the improvements that's occurring on Homestead, on the Homestead corridor, and what they need to know. So if we could try to do that, I'd greatly appreciate it. I'd be glad to work with you on that.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely. And we would like any event that you think we should show up, we're available to show up.
Okay.
Even if it's with the school.
because that's the Highlands area as well as the Grand Park neighborhood is the community that's going to West Valley as well as Cupertino Middle as well as Homestead. So,
Definitely.
and then the other thing is, can we zoom in more on on this map to make it a little bit bigger so we had a speaker earlier. If you can move it a little bit more towards the right so we can see, yeah. Will the picture show up?
Yeah.
Okay, there. So the speaker prior had talked about an incident that occurred on Grant Road. And I think what's happening is there is still problematic areas here that's not being addressed. And so how do we make sure, that's why I think that meeting at Grant Park would be essential, because we have still so many concerns about this area, and it's still not being addressed. Because as they come down Grant Road, and to get across from Grant Road towards Homestead and getting into that little green safe path to cross to Homestead is problematic. So I want to make sure that we can properly address it, because I still don't think what we have is sufficient.
Right.
So I hope we can better address that.
Yeah, would love to meet with those folks, and we also, just so you know, we're also meeting with the city staff and county just to go over this whole. We're at 35% right now, so we're still discussing that and see how to make it all safe.
Okay. Also, the estimates we got is from 2019, and all this information we've got is based on data. As we know, construction costs have increased. How much more can we expect our estimate to be looking at now?
So excuse me, the estimate you just saw is actually a recent estimate. It was based on the 35% that just came out earlier this year. So we are up to speed with that, but I cannot forecast inflation. I cannot forecast how things will increase, but this is, yes, it's a better estimate than the 2019 estimate right now.
We're expecting our completion to be 2027 on the project, right?
Okay. Based
So-
on availability
Right,
of
and
funds.
funds. What if we are not successful securing the funds? How will we complete this?
So the way the contract is set up right now with my designers is there's two phases. Phase one is this: we go up to 35%, and we just keep looking for funds. The moment let's just say we don't find any funds this year, we get them next year. As soon as we get the funds, we call them back on, and they start from where they left off.
Thank you. The other thing is, I'm really excited.
I'm sorry, can I just want to provide a little more clarification on that for the council and for the community. So I'm the VTA PAC representative for the city, and just to kind of give a little bit of a clarification when it comes to funding, there's like a list of maybe, I don't know, 40 or 50 projects, and you can kind of think of them like CIPs, and some of them are in the green, some are in the yellow, some are in the red. The ones that are in the green are the ones that are going, they're in progress, or the funding is lined up for them. The ones that are in yellow, it's like we're ready to get moving on those. We're just kind of pending funding. And the ones that are in red, they need more thought and development, or something else has to happen to make them a higher priority. This project has been in the yellow for a very, very long time, and it's frustrated me to no end. And I've let BTA people know that. So I'm glad that we're here right now. But that's sort of how it's working. The funding is coming based on the prioritization that staff has been directed by the board to move forward. And there's a lot of different variables, a lot of different reasons why one project might be moved up higher or might get a higher priority than another. But that's I just wanted to get that's the background process here.
And I can add to that. It's based on scoring of projects as well. And that's why I think it's important that the PAC revisit how that scoring process occurs. The other question I had is if we can take it a little bit further down the road and then also include the homestead light. So, well, wait. If you keep it here, because people from Foothill turn on to Homestead is problematic and it backs up a lot. And then if we add that light, that's why when we want to go down, further down, and we add the light this way towards Fallen Leaf, the road towards Fallen Leaf, and things are backed up in the afternoon and traffic occurs, yeah, that's good because you can see the Homestead and then Fallen Leaf coming up towards the right, yeah. Do we have studies on how that will impact traffic and backup along this Homestead corridor based on all the feeding traffic that's coming off of Foothill and traffic coming out of the Foothill Plaza?
Are you asking for traffic analysis if you install a signal at Fallen Leaf?
Yeah.
So to install a signal at Fallen Leaf, we have to do a warrant, and that's usually from the city. So we have to work with the city and see if it warrants a signal at Fallen Leaf. And that all includes looking at traffic data and impacts to the intersection there.
Okay, that's good to know. So that means, because that's the recommendation is to have a light there.
Correct. It was in the
So it's not definite yet until based on the study.
Correct. We do a warrant with the city.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for that clarification. We needed that. Okay, and because I've heard from many drivers that regarding the traffic and the backup on Homestead, that's their concern. And then I'm pleased to see, these are just questions now and then. I'll add comments later or?
Yeah.
Okay. But thank you so much for answering my questions. Sure. And I'll gladly work with you to host something
Absolutely.
at Grant Park.
Questions?
Hi, thank you so much for being here, to you and your team. Thank you all so much. It's funny, I look at the timeline, and I know the study was 2019, but I know parents in the community have been advocating for this years before 2019, so we're beyond 10 years. So a couple questions. I'm going to start with the funding piece because a lot of this will hinge on the funding piece. Are there potential funding sources, to the mayor's point, that we're in the yellow? And I'm curious if VTA, how do you go about identifying these funding sources that could potentially fund this project?
I'm going to look at Lauren on this one.
Lauren Ledbetter, Senior Transportation Planner. I'm working we have an entire programming and grants department that keeps track of funding sources at the regional, state, and federal level. And we get monthly reports from them on what funding sources are available for all types of projects. So we have a whole process in place. So Homestead is one of these projects that team is aware of. I work with them to identify potential funding opportunities, evaluate them, and then help write the grant applications and submit them. So we have a few that we're looking at right now, and more will come up as we move forward. I just, in general, funding for safety projects, for bike and ped projects like this, complete streets projects, there actually is a tremendous amount of interest at all levels of government to fund these types of projects.
I'd be curious to hear if there's anything that we, as a local jurisdiction who's severely impacted by this, if there's anything we can do to help you with that grant application process. I think that's something, as you go around to the different cities, Sunnyvale next, you have these conversations with us, whatever we can do to help, especially depending on who the grantor organization or entity is, if letters, whatever we can do to support that process.
Yeah, letters of support are always helpful. So,
Thank
and
you.
we'll reach out to staff if we need or would like to request one.
Thank you.
So, thank you so much.
My next question, I think it's both funding and design. I'm curious, so we're looking at a minimum of $17 million if it all, goes out to 2027. I'm curious in the design if there are, and I'm going to refer to them as small fixes, meaning are there things that we could implement that is not the full design, but it would help with the safety right now? So I know, for example, here in Los Altos, sometimes, you can stripe here, you can do something here, and it will help. And I'm curious, while we try to get the big dollars, if there are things within this design that we can start implementing that are lower dollar value.
Widen the pathway.
Usually, and I've seen that this done with the city of San Jose, they call them quick strike projects. Quick strike projects, where they come in and do a lot of pavement marking and soft protection. They do that, but what I'm concerned here is when we ask for Measure B, we gave them a scope of work and says, we need money, this is what we're gonna do. And if we fall short, they will ask us why. And so I'm concerned of changing the scope of work, because then they'll start questioning the funding that they gave us.
There is a problem that an amount of green paint can solve right now, and that's shown right there on that map, because when young people are riding to school down that green path, they get to the Homestead ramp from Foothill, and they don't know where to go. And they've got about 100 feet to get to the next protected, or not protected, but marked portion of the bike path. And you'll see them doing all kinds of weird stuff, like riding their bike kitty corner, diagonally across the intersection, or riding their bikes in crosswalks, and literally some quick striping, to use the San Jose term, would be very helpful at that intersection with regard to the bike path.
And can I just finish where I was going? And I'm happy to hear that suggestion. Do we have a pending application? Are you saying we have a pending application right now for additional Measure B funds? And if we were to change the scope?
I was talking about the 1.5 million from Measure B
that we already received.
Correct. When we applied for that, there's a scope of work you have to turn in and say, this is what we're gonna do. We want money for that.
Right.
And once you start changing the scope, you have to go back to them and explain why you are changing the scope of work that you had asked for.
But would that, and I guess I'm not clear on when you say change the scope of work, what that really means, because what we're suggesting is within the scope of work and the design that came out of that scope of work, if we could start implementing components of it.
I'm going to look at my designer. I don't know. I don't think you can just do. Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Steven Sun. I'm the CIP manager. Just to let you know, in the federal program, when they turn in an application, they turn in an application with a complete scope of what is being proposed at that location. Until that you have completed the design, the granting agency will not fund the project, so that you can make intermediate modification to the design. So on this particular case, I've already been talking with the VTA. We're trying to have a dialogue with the county to see what modification we can make at this intersection that would alleviate some of the concerns that you're bringing up right now. Right now, we're just in a preliminary state of figuring out what ultimate modifications we can make to make this bicycle lane a lot safer to the general public.
Great, thank you, Mr. Sun. And seeing Mr. Sun, I'll just say last thing. If there's any lessons learned from Jordan, which is another local project we've been working on that we can apply here or share with VTA, let's do that, because when I see all of this, at a minimum, I know whenever we get to this, it will require a lot of education and a lot more. So thank you.
Done with your questions?
I am.
Okay. Questions from the other side?
I think mine are asked, but mine are answered by my colleagues through the discussion, the questions we've been asking, but I want to just make sure I understand. So the original budget you showed us, 1.5 million or so, is Measure B money to enable you to get to the point where you then start looking for money to do the project. Is that a correct assessment of what you've shown us?
So when we first applied for that fund, we incorrectly assumed that would be enough to go to final design. And then what we found out going out to bid and getting proposal, we found out that is not sufficient. So what we did is we said, okay, let's do it in phases, just like she was thinking about. Let's do it in phases. Let's go to 35% and environmentally clear it. And then we can look for money to go to final design.
Okay, thank you. So then it's not even a matter of you've got it ready to go and you're just looking for funding to implement. You're still actually looking for funding to finalize designs.
Correct.
And then the 16 to 17 million is not needed for finalizing the design. It's for construction, the whole kit and caboodle, whatever a kit and caboodle is. But okay, so you're estimating, let's call it around 17 million, and we're talking 2027, but we don't even have the funds to finish the design yet. Okay, thank you very much.
Questions? Okay. I have one question which I think is related to what Sally just asked. There was something that was supposed to be done by June on the timeline. And when you first gave the presentation, it's the second time I've heard it now, it sounded like you wanted to have a final design concept done in June, and that's it. What is happening in June, and what is the latest that the community can say, we would rather you consider this element as opposed to that element?
Okay, so the June of this year that you saw that says final is actually the final of the 35%. So we had a draft of 35% in February. So what we usually do, we get a draft design, we give it to local agencies like the cities and the county to review and make comments. Then we sometimes have meetings to understand where they're coming from. And once we agree on their comments, we incorporate those, and then that's when we turn in the final design. We don't usually call it final 35%. The reason we call it final 35% because that's the end of the phase one. That's the only reason we call it final. But usually if there's money, we just move on to the next step, which is the 65%. So to your question, where can you get public inputs? You can get public inputs up to, I'll say, 65%. Once you start getting beyond 65%, you really getting into details and finalizing your design. So, yeah, I would say up to 35% is good.
Okay. Yeah. And then I have one more question, which I think will lead us right into our discussion. There's a lot of excitement from people with whom I've spoken to about what we're looking up on the screen, and then on Grant closer down to Lucky, and on Homestead going into Cupertino. Everyone that I've spoken with is excited that something is going to happen, but there is not a unity of what should be done. Because this is such a complicated, kind of a mess of an intersection. There's lots of different ways to reimagine it, and not everyone believes that the same fixes are optimal. And I think we're probably you're going to see some of that in our discussion we're about to have. When you get input and the input is conflicting, how do you process that, and how does that translate into the final project?
Well, when we get conflicting inputs, we usually run it through with the local jurisdictions also, the cities and county, wherever whose jurisdiction is. First, we got to make sure that it meets the criteria and guidelines that they follow. And if it does, then we usually incorporate that. But also, there's other factors we look at: impacts to the schedule and impact to cost. What kind of cost is that gonna? What is it gonna do to my cost estimate? And what is it gonna do to my schedule estimate? So those are the things that we look for when we get input.
Okay, so if and when the money is available to move forward with the next 6 phases, are we going to see a more detailed plan come back to the council and a request for us to put a stamp of approval or suggest relatively minor changes? Is that how the process works?
The way the process works is, as the design continues, like I said, every time we have a submittal from my designers, we send it to the cities and county, whoever, the stakeholders, for them to review it, and they make comments. So I don't... He's going to say...
I like your pen, by the way.
Thank you, sir. I just recently prepared it.
Who designed it?
Just to let you know, Council, the way the process goes is the whole purpose of the 35% is your blueprint of what is it that you're proposing to do. You're looking at the big picture items. By the time you get down to the 65%, you get into a lot of the detail of what is it, the features that you're going to be adding on to it. The reason why they're saying that they would like to have the public outreach at the 35, and you could have comments all the way up to 65, is the 35 is what you're trying to design as a general blueprint. What kind of feedback, what kind of features do we want to add from the community? So based on that, they can make some modifications to whatever that needs to happen so that they could incorporate it by the time you get up to 65%. Once you get up to 65%, from 65 to 100%, all you're doing is putting in a lot of the minutia, a lot of the detail, so that you could actually go out to construction. So as you're seeing right now, it's just conceptual. These are what is being proposed. That's what's typically out of the 35. To go back to your other questions of, the funding, how does this go, and so on. The purpose of this approach is the fact that a lot of the funding agencies, they give you kind of a more of a higher ranking if you have some of the preliminary stuff done, whether it be environmental, whether you have a layout, or to some extent, a full-blown design. Because now you're basically saying, we are that interested in this project to progress along. So we have a lot of momentum. We're just asking the funding agency, please provide us necessary funding to bring this into construction.
Okay.
So that's why he's asking 35% is very critical. 65 is, you're putting in a lot of the details from the 35 to the 65. By the 65, you're just trying to get this thing out to construction.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Councilmember.
Thank you again. So this is the Homestead Board. If we want to expand that project or extend the project, amend the project to go from all the way down Grant Road towards, that is Grant Road, from this old Grant Road all the way to Grant Road on St. Simon, past Lucky, and all the way down to extend it, because we have some issues to address off of Arboretum as well as further down in the corridor. How would we do that, and can we do that?
Unfortunately, when this study was being done, there was a lot of outreach that was out there, and so during the final study, they came out with a preferred alternative, and they set those limits. And those limits were set and passed on for us to do the design. So unfortunately, that's the limits we're working with for the scope of work.
Okay. So if we wanted to create another project, if the city wanted to create a project to include that extension, can we do that and work with VTA on that?
When you say work with VTA, I'm not understanding. We can work together and
to get more grants and expand more grant opportunities.
To answer your question, the scope that he's defining at this point in time has already been set via the granting agency. So for us to go ahead and, for them to go ahead and modify that limits would be a very difficult task. They're already having struggled with the trying to secure the necessary fund for this project. To answer your question, could we have a separate project beyond that? Yes, we could.
Okay.
It's going to be dependent on their project. One of the approach that we could take is to a granting agency like the state ATP, Alternative Transportation Program. We could state that VTA has already started the legwork to start this portion of the project. We would like to continue on. Now, whether we succeed or not is a whole different story, but yes, we could apply for a separate grant that is away from this particular project. And then we could kind of mirror it and coordinate those projects.
And work on it simultaneously,
It's
correct?
possible, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
Or it's
Other
not
question?
impossible.
So,
I
other
would-
question is, the 17 million, this project is your estimate for the whole Homestead corridor. How much is the Los Altos portion?
We did not break it down by jurisdiction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I really wanted to understand as well, because I want to know where the holdup is and if, because this whole thing has to be done in unison, that's, what can hold up the project as well. Okay, and I just wanted to wonder if we could tier it, like you said earlier. Thank you.
Just for some more background for the council on what Councilmember Liang brought up. My understanding is that the original scope that was proposed, I don't think it included Vineyard or very far of Vineyard. And I think it also didn't include Grant past Homestead. So the city had a consultant who worked very hard and was successful in advocating for the city to get the project to go this far. So I thank staff and that consultant for doing that. All right, why don't we go ahead and move it into discussion? I'll sort of get us started. Council can talk about, we can talk about whatever we want, but I think sort of looking at this from a high level is what's appropriate at this point. In talking to residents at the community meeting about a month ago, there were a couple of ideas that I thought were really interesting, and I just wanted to bring it to the council to let everyone sort of think about it, get some initial thoughts, and play with that. One of the ideas I heard that was really intriguing had to do with the Grant Frontage Road. Could you zoom in a little bit, please, on the Grant Frontage Road part? It's kind of actually where we just were, yeah. So a constituent of ours, and I regret that I don't remember his name, suggested that rather than having cyclists on both sides of the street, the way that you see right now, where the cyclists that are heading toward Homestead have to cross the busy intersection of Homestead right as it comes off of Foothill. If instead of that, we had a cycle track on the top part of that screen, so facing the homes, having a two-way cycle track there, and then just bring the road closer to where the foliage is. If we have a two-lane cycle track going both ways, that could be extended all the way down Homestead over to and connect with the two-way cycle track that is currently set to go over the 85. And that it would put cyclists together. They could be separated from traffic. It would seem to make a lot of sense. One big wrinkle in that is El Sereno. And someone else had the idea of maybe closing off El Sereno so that we make it so that you cannot turn onto or from El Sereno onto Grant. And I'm not ready to take a position on that. I don't know what the neighborhood thinks about that. I've talked to the city manager. It's something we could do. But if that intersection were closed off, I think from a safety perspective of cyclists coming from Arboretum, coming from St. Joseph, coming from Vineyard when they're merging onto it, you then have a unified cycle track that goes all the way down, and the only cross streets that it would have before getting to the 85 would be Fallen Leaf and, Benaview. So I thought that was a really interesting idea and would probably be a lot safer than what we have right now, which is the green, and then the cyclists are going kind of into that one side of the triangle, and then there's another triangle, and then you're getting in front of the gas station and the mini markets. Or the mini malls. So that's just something I want to throw out there. I think it's a great idea. Obviously, it's something I think the council would have to agree on if we wanted to give direction to the VTA that that's something we would prefer. But I think that's something that we should consider. And the other thing that I'll say is I would support a study to see if a stoplight is called for at Homestead and Fallen Leaf. I have mixed feelings about doing it, but I think it's worthwhile to do the study. And if the study indicates that we should have one there and we could get it in as part of this project, then I would be all for that. The final point that I would like to make, and this actually is a small point, but I think it's important, at the corner of Foothill and Homestead where the gas station is, there's either a street light or a stoplight that is right in the middle of the sidewalk. And differently abled people or a caregiver pushing a stroller, there's no way to get around that without actually going into the street. If it's not already on your radar, I would very much appreciate it if you put it there, because quite frankly, it's absolutely got to be rectified. There's a lot of other details that I could go on with, but I'll sort of end it for there and look to my colleagues for other ideas and thoughts.
I'll just go. So even in the best case scenario, we're talking 2027. That's such a long time. Nothing against you, and thank you thank you very much for coming here tonight and sharing all this with us. It's been very helpful. So we're at the 35% level now. My concerns about, for example, the idea you just expressed now, how much does it take to take us even further behind 35% if we look at closing El Sereno or however you pronounced it? Are we then even further behind 35%, and do we back up that timeline even more? So I think as you hear from us tonight, I would appreciate understanding if what we're talking about actually introduces even more time in the timeline, because again, I don't know, that's a major thing if you're talking about closing a street. It sounds like it could well be, maybe the safest thing to do, but then are we back at 15% because you haven't done, the looks at that? So again, it's a balance, and there's no such thing as perfection, but already 2027 is a long time still. So I would have, I'd like to understand as we throw things out at you from the dais, what the cost is to the timeline.
Yeah. So usually when you do stuff like that, you need a study, and so it takes a while to do this study. So that usually might impact our schedule.
Right. So that's a binary answer, but yes, it impacts versus no, it doesn't. Is that like a year? I mean, if you could say less than a year, more than a year, that would be.
It depends on the study.
Right.
I mean, like for instance, if you're saying closing El Sereno, city has to do a study. I don't know. I mean, that would be up to the city how long that study would be.
Yeah, okay. So at minimum 6 months delay, probably.
But additional funding would be needed for
And
the
then,
study.
and we would pay for that is what I'm
Yes.
hearing. So anyway, so I 2027 as an ambitious timeline is really far out there. So I want us to be careful. We want to try to make it happen even sooner rather than delay it more. So that's my main concern. Again, we want to do the best thing we can, but we want to do the best thing as quickly as we can. So anyway, that's my comments.
Councilmember?
Because we're near the 35%, I would like to, once again, ensure that we can have a meeting soon at Grant Park and to engage the community. Because if there's any little tweaks that are tweakable, I think it's important that we convey it to you now. So as much as that, I'm concerned about any further delays and adding more studies that would delay this project. So I'm not for doing that, but I just want to make sure we do our best to convey what is happening at Homestead and get the public input. So thank you, and I'll gladly work with you on that. Oh, and one more thing. How do we work at providing more education programs for our cyclists? I mean, is Cupertino Middle School doing that and Homestead High School doing that already? Or how do we further work with you to do that citywide or in that southern portion there to help them understand what's the best route to get to school?
Do you want to take that? Yeah.
I could give a long answer, and I'm trying to like decide how to.
No, we used to have
you know.
people that came to our
Right.
parks
So,
and did that, and
Los-
we don't have that anymore.
Every city in the county receives 2016 Measure B education encouragement funding. And unfortunately, I don't actually have off the top of my head what Los Altos is using their funding for, but educational programs like for students doing safe routes to school work, doing this type of education is eligible. It's an eligible expense. So I would say talk to your, city managers, see what's happening on that front. Also, VTA, using our countywide Measure B funding, we are providing bicycle education classes at no cost. We just recently expanded it to include 14-year-olds and up can attend. So if you're talking about, the high school students, we could schedule a class here.
Okay,
So,
wonderful.
yeah.
Thank you. I like that.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks again to the VTA team for being here. Just three comments. One, I think the answer we heard about the timeline, the potential impact to the timeline based on your suggestion, Mayor, weighs heavily on me. I liked the idea as I was listening, and my brothers used to call me the backseat driver, and I'm not an engineering expert, as you all can imagine. So I really, I'm trying my best not to weigh into the design because this is not my expertise. But the way the mayor described basically having all the cyclists on one side and just having it all concentrated there just sounded safer to me. But I completely appreciate how this may impact the design and the timeline. But just generally, I support the idea of having more community engagement and input for such a big project. And one of the things I know has worked well here in Los Altos, and I'm sure other communities, is when you have, we're now out of COVID, hard copies, right? And you put them around the room of the design and you figure out how to get input from residents so they can really give you feedback and engage with you as opposed to this kind of presentation. And I'm sure VTA has done these types of sessions as well. But I think as you go and meet in Grant Park or any other community sessions at Montclair School, some other Highlands area, I think that format would work well. The second thing, when I look at this, primary for me, because this is a safe routes to school project, it's ensuring when we look at the design, we should picture kids walking and biking, right? Like you look at this and you say, a 7-year-old biking along Grant Road or Homestead, how does that look when you think of a kid, no parent there, first-time cyclists, still not comfortable? Are they safe? That green marking off of Foothill, what street is that, Lynette? Across, next to the gas station. Like, I see that green marking, no.
That's Homestead.
Right, so the Homestead, not the one you're pointing to, but the one to the,
Vineyard.
Old Grant Road.
I think it's Vineyard. But
The green one?
the green one by itself in the middle of the lane, that scares me. Right there. That scares me because, again, I'm picturing a 7-year-old trying to bike between cars, right? So I really want that to be a guiding principle as you make these designs. It's for kids, not expert cyclists. Thank you. And then the last point I wanted to make was just on the education piece, how important that is, whether it's 2027 when this is all done, hopefully, educating the community and bringing them along so they're familiar with what these signs mean, take the kids out, use some of these dollars you mentioned to really educate them on how to be safe with these colors and signs and everything else out there. But really, I am excited. I hope we can find the funding because this is a big project that I hope it's not 2027. It would really be wonderful if we could get this done sooner rather than later. So thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor? I have no comments. Okay. Are there any other comments or questions? Then with that, I will say thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for the presentation. And most importantly, thank you for the diligent work that you've put in on the Homestead Corridor. This is something that has needed attention for a very long time. And it's good to see that the VTA has finally been able to make it a higher priority.
And thank you very much.
Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned until 7 o'clock.
You guys want to walk back in, or you guys?
It doesn't matter.
of the Los Altos City Council. So I think we are all ready to go ahead and get going. Madam City Clerk, if you would please establish a quorum.
Councilmember Liang,
Here.
Councilmember Meadows,
Here?
Councilmember Fliger,
Here.
Vice Mayor Daley,
Here.
Mayor Weinberg.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. And if you are able to, I'd like to invite you all to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Earlier this evening, the City Council did meet in closed session, but we took no reportable action. Would anyone like to propose a change to the order of our agenda? No? All right, let's go ahead and move on to our special items. Oops. Okay, so I think we have a very special visitor for our first special item. We're excited you're here too.
Sure, I'll stand up. Seats. Black. So this is Brock. He is a 18-month-old German Shepherd. I picked him up in December, and then after that we went through a 2-month training class where he was trained in multiple disciplines. He is a dual-purpose dog, which means he's cross-trained in the detection of firearms and ammunition, as well as apprehension and handler protection. After we went through that 2-month training class, we also went through a week-long tracking class, which means he is trained to track and find either suspects or trained and tracked to find juveniles or elderly who walk away from their homes. So he has a tracking ability as well. Like I said, he's 18 months old, so he is very high energy. He loves working, he loves playing. I probably spend more time with him than anyone else in my life because he comes home with me every day. He comes to work with me every day. He's definitely a partner for police work.
Well, thank you very much for introducing Brock to the community. I've enjoyed watching him on the department's social media pages, and I have to look at staff and ask, what are you guys keeping in that podium?
He's definitely eager to work. I can do a little bit of obedience just to show you guys kind of what he does
Please.
for obedience and everything like that.
Mhm.
Oh, he's so cute. Oh, it's so cute.
And this is his favorite toy. Goose.
Is it German? What language?
Yes.
German. Goose. Do you guys have any questions for me about him or anything like that I can answer?
It's interesting you're not giving him a treat to reward him.
Yeah, so the police dogs are very toy driven, and that's what they're looking for when they're selected, is basically their ability and their want to work for a toy. So he doesn't get treats at home either. He gets his kibble. His reward is the toy, and that's what he wants. So I mean, even when we're working and stuff like that, he works for his toys. So if we're out doing something like detection or something like that, when he finds what he's supposed to find or does what he's supposed to do, he gets the toy as the reward.
Do we intend to get him another partner in our police force?
I don't know. I think that would be fantastic. I think that would be up to the council and the police department.
This is a great way to sway us.
Yes.
Yeah, and he is a very friendly and social dog. So he has no problem with other people coming up and petting him and stuff like that. But he knows that when it's time to work, it's time to work as well.
Thank you for bringing him by to introduce him to us.
Anything else? Any other questions?
I don't think so.
Yep.
No.
Thank you very, very much. And Officer Brock, welcome.
You want to pin a badge?
Okay, so
Where's his badge? Does he have his badge? Oh, yeah, it's on his collar.
Ari, I'm sorry you're going to have to follow that, but we have faith in you. Next item is a proclamation recognizing May as Bike Month, and I would like to welcome to the podium Ari Frank, who is a sixth grader at Gardner Bullis, to read the three whereases of the proclamation.
Okay, I am proud to be doing this because I bike 5 miles each day, can I say? Unlike my parents, only one way uphill. Let's do it. Whereas National Bike Month is held every May to recognize bicycling as a resource to improve citizens' health and well-being, grow our city's economy, improve traffic safety, support student learning outcomes, reduce pollution, congestion, and the wear and tear on our streets and roads. And whereas the city of Los Altos and local school districts have promoted bicycling for over 3 decades via our Complete Streets Commission and Safe Routes to School program, launched in 2020, to increase the number of students walking and bicycling to school and reduce the number of vehicle trips associated with school travel. And whereas throughout the month of May, the residents of Los Altos and its visitors will experience the joys of bicycling through educational programs, commuting events, bike recycling, or by simply getting out and going for a ride to further our goal of encouraging residents of all ages and abilities to become lifelong cyclists. That's the end of my part.
Now, therefore, I, Jonathan Weinberg, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, California, do hereby proclaim May 2024 to be Bike Month, asking our residents to join in to support bicycling, to participate in the events planned, and urging all road users to share the road safely with bicyclists. Thank you very much. Ari, your parents sold you short. They were telling me that you only bike 4 miles.
They're wrong.
Yeah, you need to let them know. Why don't you come on and take a couple of photos?
Is it upside down?
Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much, Frank. Thank you. Okay, next I would like to read a proclamation, excuse me, in honor of Municipal Clerks Week. Whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk provides a professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community. Whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and the annual meetings of their state, provincial, country, and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the Office of the Professional Municipal Clerk. Now, therefore, I, Jonathan Weinberg, Mayor of the City of Los Altos, do hereby recognize May 5th through 11th, 2024 as Professional Municipal Clerks Week and further extend appreciation to our professional municipal clerk, Melissa Thurman, and to all professional municipal clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. And I think most people in the room probably already know, but what Melissa does for the city is invaluable. If there's any one person that the city cannot do without, it's not the mayor, it's not the council members, it's not the city manager, it's the city clerk. From organizing our agendas and making sure that our ordinances are correct and serving as the city's election official. Melissa, thank you for everything that you do. It is a pleasure to present this proclamation to you. Okay, our next order of business is public comments for items not on the agenda. So if you would like to address the council this evening on anything that we're not going to address that's been agendized, now is the time to do so. I will look at Ms. Thurman. Do we have any public speakers on?
Do we?
Looks like we have one.
Oh, we have one.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so 3 minutes, please.
So thank you. My name is James Kinsman from Benvenue Avenue. Recently moved here to Los Altos and was recently made aware of a law that passed or a Senate bill that passed in 2023, allowing for federal funds to be used to bury power lines in the area. And I think if this hasn't been addressed, I'd like to raise it as a topic to work with whoever I might need to raise the possibility of bringing these funds to Los Altos for this activity. I think it's one that reduces fire hazards, reduces power outages, and saves the beautiful trees that we have around our neighborhood. So for those 3 reasons, I think it's a great option. And then a second topic that I'd like to raise is making all bike lane areas be a no parking space as well. So those are my 2 articles.
Thank you very much. And I would invite you to fill out a speaker card, and that way someone in the city can get back to you if it's possible. Okay, next item of business is our consent calendar with 2 items on it. Does anyone want to pull anything off of consent? Councilmember Liang?
Yes, I'd like to pull agenda 2. I just had some quick questions.
Okay, are they super quick, or do we need to talk about it later?
Maybe we should.
Talk about it later?
Yeah.
Okay.
But maybe it'll be quick. It'll be pretty quick because I just needed clarifying. I asked it in the questions, but to me it wasn't clear enough, so I just needed to clarify it if you want.
Okay, if we can do it quickly, then let's see.
So just to clarify, I wanted to be sure about the size of the ADUs. So just to clarify, if the main house is smaller than 1,200 square feet, then the ADU can be larger than the primary house. Is that correct?
So a detached accessory dwelling unit is allowed to be 1,200 square feet under law. So that's for detached. If it was an attached unit, it would be 50% of whatever the existing primary structure is. So it does depend on which type.
Okay, so no matter what, the detached one can.
1,200.
Yeah, dictate itself. And then the other part is regarding the survey. We're doing this voluntary survey, And I was just wondering, why are we bothering even to do this voluntary survey that will not provide valid or reliable data? Or how, you can address that.
So the voluntary survey data, pursuant to each CD's guidelines, allows for us to accommodate our fair share of the regional housing needs assessment or our RENA allocation. It allows us to, if we have long-term data, so let's say we collect it over the term of the entire 6th cycle or the planning period, if for some reason our jurisdiction is able to show the data-based driven analysis that shows we have more than what the ABAG number is for accounting for a certain number of ADUs as affordable, we can then use that data for our 7th cycle. So it's not something that's going to be real time that helps us, in the very near term future. However, we are already a year and a half into the 6th cycle, so the 7th cycle will come upon us fairly quickly before we know it. So it is data that is necessary for us to have to derive some specific answers for the city of Los Altos.
Okay, thank you.
All right, don't freak us out with the 7th cycle yet. It's too early. Okay, any other questions on item 2? All right, do you still want to pull it, or can we leave it on consent? All right. If any members of the public would like to comment on either items 1 or 2, which are on our consent calendar, now is the time to do so. So, Madam City Clerk, do we have any speakers?
We do not.
Okay. Then would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make it, Mayor. I move that we approve the consent calendar items 1 and 2.
Second.
Okay. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Liang?
I do approve item 1, but not agenda item 2.
Okay. Yeah, so did. Councilmember Meadows?
Yes.
Councilmember Fliger?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously for item 1, and motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Liang opposed for item 2.
Thank you very much, Madam City Clerk. All right, let's go ahead with our public hearing tonight, having to do with potential modifications to 425 First Street. But before we begin, I just want to clarify, get clarification from staff. This is entirely discretionary to the council, correct? Or there's no ministerial implication and there's no housing element implication. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, then are we going to have the applicant speak, or is there a staff presentation?
So Sean Gallegos, Senior Planner for the Development Services Department, will go over a brief presentation, and then we will allow Mr. Warmoth, the project applicant, to be able to have a presentation or rebuttal to staff's discussion.
Okay. Mr. Golden, thank you.
Gallegos.
Excuse me, Gallegos. I'm very sorry.
Give us 1 second. Staff needs to be promoted to panelists to share screens.
Now you know how we feel.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Weinberg and council members. My name is Sean Gallegos, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. The item before you tonight is a request for a modification to the inclusionary housing requirement for a 20-unit multifamily development at 425 First Street. On June 25th, 2019, the City Council approved the 20-unit development under Design Review Permit 18D06 in subdivision 18SD04 at 425 First Street. At that time, it was approved with 3 affordable units, 1 low-income unit, and 2 moderate-income units. On April 1st, 2021, a building permit was issued for the project. As of now, the project has been completed with temporary certificates of occupancy issued for the development. 5 units have been issued final certificates of occupancy, and 15 units remain unsold at this time. The applicant in the proposal requests an increase in the number of affordable units from 3 to 4. 3 low-income studio units at the first floor, and retaining the 1 moderate-income 1-bedroom unit at the second floor. This includes the overall change to the project, replacing a previous moderate-income 2-bedroom moderate-income unit, unit number 24, with 2 new low studio units in unit number 17 and 18 on the first floor. Additionally, the project preserves the low-income studio unit in unit 16 and the moderate-income 1-bedroom unit on the second floor in unit 26. To assist you, I have provided on the screen the existing or proposed floor plans. The left side is the existing proposal or existing project that was approved by council in 2019. There is 1 studio low-income unit in unit 16. The proposal is 3 low-income units in 16, 17, and 18. In the original proposal that was approved by council, there were 2 moderate income units, 1 1-bedroom in unit 26, 1 2-bedroom in unit 24. The new proposal proposes to retain only the 1-bedroom moderate income in unit 26. Staff requests council consideration and direction of modification request of the approved design review permit and subdivision for the property located at 425 First Street. Staff does believe the project is exempt from environmental review pursuant to Section 15061 of the California Environmental Quality Act. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Gallegos. Questions for staff? Okay, then, Mr. Warmoth, I'd like to invite you to the, excuse me. Councilmember Liang?
So earlier it was asked that this is up to the discretion of council to to grant this approval. Should we not grant this approval, would we open ourselves to any litigation? No. Okay, I want to make sure that we're clear on that, that's why. Then the other question I have is, with the changes, did you determine if any additional parking spaces would be needed?
So, Councilmember Liang, your question regarding if the parking modifications, or there would be any parking modifications triggered by this request, there's not a change in the unit composition of what's the actual built unit, so the parking would not change as a part of that.
I just wanted to make sure we're all clear on that and people would understand that. And those are my questions to staff. Thank you so much, and we can move on.
Okay, Mr. Warmoth, the floor is yours.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and council members. So the staff report's very comprehensive. I am very appreciative of that because it makes my goal here tonight just mostly to answer questions. But for those watching at home, I'd like to give a little bit of background of how we got to where we are. So first, when we're talking about low versus moderate, so low, the maximum income is $96,000 a year. And for the moderate, the income would be, the maximum would be $195,800. So that's the delta between the two as far as on an income basis. It started, the discussion started when I met the city employee that bought Unit 16. I haven't closed escrow yet, but bought Unit 16. And it was really very clear, having adult children, felt, this is the exact type of person that we want to get our affordable housing, to keep in our town, to keep them as residents, to make them as homeowners, because obviously they work for the city, which is, it is something that we need. We need housing for the people that work for the city. And so I started thinking about what we had in the mix that we had. We also sold Unit 26, which is actually 1 bedroom plus a den, to one of the police officers, a new police officer. And they have not closed escrow, but probably are closing next week or the week following. So the only one we hadn't sold was the 2-bedroom unit. And I started thinking about it, and I thought, well, if we did an increase in the number of below market rate units, so currently we have 3, which is 15%. We were the first project to have 15% because it changed right before we were deemed complete, to 20%, so 4 units, and we're going from 5% low to 15% low, and we're going from essentially the same square footage of as far as what the 2 low ones would be versus the 2 moderate. We would have the opportunity to create 2 more housing units for people like the city employee parks department that is buying unit 16. And I thought that was a real positive. So what we have is currently we would be trading, so unit 16 on the first floor and unit 26 on the second floor. Those are sold. They stay exactly as they are. And so we're only talking about unit 24. So what we would be changing is unit 24 as a moderate plus a market unit for 2 low. So we go from 17 market rate units to 16, and we go from 3 BMRs to 4. That is the only change. So the location, if you will, and the unit sizes of going to 2 low income small units from a 2-bedroom unit. All the units in the building have the exact same finishes. If you were to walk up and walk into any of them, you would not know that you're in a below market rate unit. So other than this conversation we're having tonight, anybody who ever goes to visit somebody there will not know, nor probably care, which are the below market rate units. So while they're not as dispersed throughout the building as they were, there is no way for anyone to differentiate what unit is market and which one's not. And by the way the whole CC&Rs work, they have, a full 1/20th ownership of the building, just like any of the market rate units. So there is truly no difference. Of course, the project was built without any incentives and waivers. It was built completely within code, and that stays exactly the same. There's no change to that. So the only question seems like to me that we're down to is, do we want 2 more low-income units and 1 less moderate and 1 less market, or do we want to keep the moderate income and the market rate unit and have 2 less low-income units that would otherwise be available? So I'm available for any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the applicant? Councilmember Meadows?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Wormuth. So I had the opportunity to walk through some of your units during an open house. So thank you for constructing those and offering some housing to us. Regarding specifically, I know they're for sale, and presumably part of the reason you're here is because some of these haven't sold. And well, it's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Wait till I finish my
Okay.
sentence before you shake your
Right.
head. And so, and there are those who point out that it's harder potentially to sell a 2-bedroom apartment, because even for a low income, it's a higher cost, and so it still costs more money. So just out of curiosity, how long have these units been for sale? It's at least a couple months, right? Or maybe longer?
So we didn't have power in the building till late December.
Mhm.
And so it took us a couple months after that to really get to a point where the building was showable, plus finishing the landscape. The planters ended up being a much more significant project than we could have ever imagined, with the biofiltration components of that, et cetera. So we really went to market in the beginning of February, immediately sold 1 unit and closed it relatively immediately. So that's how long we've been on the market. Now, we have not been marketing every unit yet.
Right. Yeah, as I recall, when I went through, there's still some construction going on and all that. So they're not all for sale, but these particular ones have been, so would you say it's a month or two that they've been on the market? Just at a, ballpark, it doesn't have to be specific.
The ones we're discussing have not been on the market at all.
Oh, okay. All right, not at all. Thank you. That's the only question I have for applicant.
Any other questions for the applicant? Councilmember Fliger?
Thank you, and thank you. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
So I'm going to start with the 3 low income on the first floor, and I appreciate your explanation, but I know you're very familiar with our city policy about not concentrating all our low income units on the same floor. And so I'm curious because I support the idea of increasing the number of BMR, so I like where this is going. I'm curious if the goal here is to have more low income units. If there was an opportunity, since all the units are the same, first, second floor, doesn't matter. If there's an opportunity to have one of those lows be on the second floor as opposed to having all 3 on the first floor.
Yeah, so the building is constructed with matching floors on the second and third floor, and all those are the larger units. The smallest unit in them is unit 26, which was the one we've sold to the through the below market program, and that's a 1-bedroom plus a den. Everything else is a 2-bedroom unit on that. The first floor, everything's a 1-bedroom unit. And so that was quite honestly where it made the most sense, but no, it would not be possible. This is only a possibility because of the unique nature of the first floor being the smaller units. And that was more a factor of, as we were designing the building, you try and make what decisions you make. And we felt that we wanted to have a mixture of affordability, not just capital A affordability, but small a affordability. And so the first floor made sense to have all the smaller units. So no, everything upstairs, I think probably the unit 24 is the 3rd smallest. The one that we would be replacing with these 2 is the 3rd smallest unit in the building.
How many units are on the first floor, John?
There are 8 on the first floor, and then 6 on the second floor and 6 on the third floor.
So the 8 on the first floor, based on your request, 3 would become low and the other 5 are market?
The other 5 are market.
And then another question. Quick question for staff, Mr. Zorns. If we were to approve increasing the number of units by 1 here, would that count to our 6th cycle?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. I knew I had another question. I don't see it here, so I'll have the mayor go to somebody else and then I'll come back to it. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Liang.
So by your proposal, aren't we eliminating opportunities for a broader diversity of family units?
I think there's plenty of opportunity for the 2 and 3 bedroom units in other projects. I think those projects, the vast majority of them, have no ability to do what I'm offering here, which is the small, low-income unit available for a low-income household. There's plenty for the ones who can make $196,000 a year to buy 2 and 3 bedroom moderate units in other buildings.
Are you willing to, if we approve this request, are you willing to ensure that all BMR units are BMR in perpetuity? Are you willing to grant that?
Have you all changed that from the 55 years?
We go 99 years, but
Yes, we don't do perpetuity. I don't recommend that, and we have gone up to 99 years, but it went from minimum of 55 to 99, but I don't recommend perpetuity. I don't want title
Isn't there a
companies.
rule against
Yes, I
perpetuities?
was going to say exactly that we had to figure out at one time, and I think it could cause some issues with title companies when they see that. So we do go up to 99 years, but I think this one's 55. But this one's 55.
Well, unit 16 and 26 are already sold, and those, so we wouldn't be changing the what they already understood to be the situation when they bought those units and signed their contracts. So it would only be the 2 that would go from 55 to 99, And I would have no issue with that, other than it's a little weird because you got different ones in different city in a building. But if the city is going to 99 years, you're going to have different ones in different buildings. So
I can opine. So we have a kind of a moving table spreadsheet that kind of allows staff to understand what units are coming offline, as well as what ones are obviously we'd like more to go online. So we do know that there's kind of a moving target when it comes to expiration dates of the covenants that are on properties. As I discussed in the council Q&A, is we have multiple that are falling off the inventory next year. So that's just the year kind of difference in one building is not something that's abnormal based on what we have in other circumstances in the city.
So just to
Weren't
clarify,
the
if
old
this
ones
was-
30 years?
So it's evolved. So state density bonus law used to be 35 years. Now the state law in 65915 is 55 years. There's certain portions that are still under 45 years. So it really depends on which part you're actually utilizing of the law.
So then my question to you is, I just want to clarify and make sure that all of our BMRs are deed restricted as well, correct?
Yes, so any below market rate unit, whether or not it's under density bonus law or whether or not it's under the inclusionary ordinance, have a affordability covenant that is tied to the deed of the property. So each individual unit carries its own covenant.
I just needed to make sure. Thank you for clarifying that. And then when you talked about if there were additional fees that would be provided as an affordable housing fee, if you earned more than 12,000 and it turns out you end up earning more, do we need to have something in place like a fund to capture that just by chance?
So I'm not following what comment Mr. Wormuth might have made that you're referencing, or because I wasn't talking about fees.
What I had said, Nick, is I did a revenue comparison, and there was a $12,000 difference. So in other words, this proposal instead of 2.848, it brings in 2.86. So there was a $12,000 delta, if you will, an increase over complete neutrality from a pricing standpoint.
Yeah, so he's talking about a private kind of financial analysis. That's not something really the city, it impacts benefits one way or another, really.
Yeah, but he said it comes back to the city and then it would benefit the city. Otherwise, it seems like wouldn't we have to have a fund established to do that, to accept that?
So anything that the city were to be accepting into the housing in lieu or the housing trust account that we recently talked about earlier this year is until we have the need to deposit something into that account, we haven't established like the new enterprise fund essentially so that it's standalone as it's required to, which we'll talk about later with the development impact fees. So there's kind of a difference. We don't have it established because we've never accepted in housing dollars yet. Yeah.
Right, that's why I'm asking you, because it sounds like if we were to go this route, and if we benefit from as well getting more, 12,000 or more, wouldn't we have to have a fund in place?
Yeah, so we would accept it in. It's really just an enterprise line item essentially in our financial enterprise system that the interim finance director would create once we have those dollars to accept into the system. So as of right now, as it has been in the past, so under our affordable housing agreements or the AHAs, we use essentially the 5% fee that we collect for below market rate administration. We use those dollars that are collected as a way to offset our current BMR administrators' cost to the city. So instead of being money out, it's just a net neutrality, and we do not then pay the administrator to actually do the services that they're providing us annually. if there's ever a difference where we're up the money, we would take those dollars in. But we've never had the situation since 2018 using an outside administrator that we've had to take dollars back into the city. So moving forward, as we've discussed, we will be moving administration in-house. So we will start seeing those dollars deposited. Something like this would also be something that would get deposited into the same account.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it wouldn't be problematic. Thank you. And those are my questions. Thank you.
Councilor
So,
Feiger?
thank you, Mayor. I remembered my last question, and it's both for the applicant and staff, just to understand how our BMR program works. So I understand the current one low income bedroom on the first floor was sold, or it's pending, and it's in escrow. And I'm curious how many offers. Does it work with our BMR program that you have multiple offers? I'm sure we have a wait list, but I'm actually curious for this unit whether or not multiple offers, is that possible as part of the BMR program? And if there were, I'm curious how many offers were received for this low income unit, because it shows what the demand is. And obviously, they'd be able to sell the other two quickly.
So it's the way the entire program works is that it's a first come first served basis. So essentially, once we open it up for applications, whoever is electronically submitted, so it is time stamped. Whoever is the first one in is the first application that's reviewed. So we don't really kind of continue to keep on going down the list for each individual unit. If we have a qualified applicant. So for specifically the ones that were opened at 425 First Street, is we did have more than one qualified applicant. So we would be able to anticipate multiple people applying again for it. Because when our below market rate administration, kind of how we go about advertising, is it is unit specific. So the list that we already have, they're going to probably have their ducks in a row, so to speak, because they already have the documentation already put together. It's quite cumbersome when you do apply for a BMR. So they would probably be able to apply quicker than someone that hasn't applied previously. So that being said, is that they would still have to reapply because, again, it's unit specific.
Right. No, but so there are multiple qualified applicants ready to go. So thank you.
I'm going to tag along to that question, because I get a lot of emails from Sunnyvale regarding their 2-bedroom units, 1-bedroom units, and studios as well. How come we are not seeing the extensive outreach informing the community regarding our BMRs? Because I'm hesitant to move forward if we haven't done the extensive outreach that I'm seeing from other cities, and then we're going to eliminate opportunities to larger family units or single parents.
So one of the things that I'll at least note is that we've talked about this previously, is we have a priority ranking list in the city. So we wouldn't really need to do as much of a robust kind of advertisement to anybody and everybody, because we've earmarked in priority 1 school teachers, first responders, as well as city staff that have had at least 1 year of service within the city. So, for example, Mr. Wormuth has already attested is that there's 2 city employees that have essentially captured the 2 units that were already made available in his building. And I can say across the street at 450, of the 5 units that were made available, 3 of them are going to, I don't want to say they're teachers, but they work for the school district. So again, we have accomplished very much so what was an immediate concern of the council in the last 2 years since I've been with the city, is our advertisement and pushing them out to school district staff. So again, if we were wanting to open it up more robustly to the entire community, we would change or eliminate the priority list, which I don't believe that's the council policy that's desired. 1, not being discussed tonight, but 2, not a part of the current or probably desired policy.
And to add on that, are we making sure that the Cupertino teachers as well are getting that information?
Yes, so we have verified
Cupertino School
since
District.
one of the last, I would say, you know, issues was addressed, and we specifically reached out to the school district to make sure that they are providing us with an accurate individual to be able to push it out, because we shouldn't be sending this to you know, anybody on like the administration roster that you can pull up on their school website. We want it to go to either the superintendent or to one of the principals, so that they are the direct kind of liaison and responsible to send out a mass email of this kind to their staff, since they have their own obviously privacy requirements with the district.
Does that also include our community college teachers as well?
I don't want to say yes, but I don't want to say no. I don't believe that we previously have discussed any community colleges as a part of our priority ranking list the last time we talked about the list.
Thank you.
Yeah. Vice Mayor, any questions for the applicant? No. Okay. Then I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Madam City Clerk, are there any members of the public who would like to speak?
No, there are not.
Okay. All right. Then I will close the public hearing. All right, let's bring it back to council. Who'd like to get us started? Okay. Vice Mayor?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Yep. Okay.
I'd prefer to make a few comments first for
All right,
the benefit of the record.
Fair enough, but when I
Yes.
open it up to comments, the only person who raises hand when I make a motion, so.
Well,
comments.
that's not bad necessarily, but I'll then jump in to make a few comments. So, so if my interpretation is correct, and actually I was looking for you tried to sell the units and they weren't moving, but that's okay, you know. So, so as I understand it, and you can just nod your head if my understanding is correct, the original proposal had one affordable unit on the first floor, and this is proposing now 3 affordable units on the first floor, and all those studio apartments were always on the first floor. It's just that only one was affordable, and now you're proposing that all 3 be affordable. Floor 2 then is going from 2 affordable units, one was a 1-bedroom, one was a 2, to now 1 affordable unit on the first floor. So in reality, the change isn't the number of studios on the first floor, it's the fact that you're proposing that they all be affordable, and we're losing 1 2-bedroom as affordable, but gaining a BMR in the process. So that's how I looked at it. I kind of like the thought that you weren't able to necessarily sell the 2-bedroom. Well, I didn't like it in the abstract, but as a rationale for making, stop laughing, for making the argument, you could say, well, they were for sale and the market didn't, even the below market rate didn't go for that. But I still, even though on an original application, we wouldn't be looking for this concentration of the BMRs all next to each other, but the studios always did sit all next to each other. You're not actually rearranging the floor plan. So this is just a realignment of where the BMRs sit, not where the units sit. And so for a gain of 1 BMR, I'm inclined to grant the request.
Councilmember Liang.
If we're going to grant the request, then I'd like to make sure that the remaining BMRs or new BMRs are categorized for 99 years. And the other thing I want to make sure is I'm disappointed that we aren't trying to achieve a range of multiple bedroom size units in the affordable category. And I understand we're going through these priority lists, but then are you saying that we exhausted the priority list? Because if we didn't exhaust, shouldn't we go down the rest of the priority list to see if there's somebody who wanted a two-bedroom unit. That's what I'm making sure that we have done our,
So I'll at least confirm for the council is every time we have in the last 2 years opened up BMRs for the potential sale and transaction of the unit, we have had at minimum 5 applicants per unit that fall into the first priority category list. So we do have quite a bit of interest still, just even from priority 1 ranking. So we're not really in the need to at this point, exhaust the list because we haven't even really had to go to anybody rather than the first person that gets error marked. We've had to because they didn't qualify on the income category. They essentially just didn't have all their ducks in a row, so to speak. And so we've had to then just pick the second applicant of the same unit that's error marked. So we're not at the point yet of having to have an exhaustive, essentially advertisement to get interested parties at this point.
so I thought veterans were also in our priority list. Did we reach
They're
out?
not in priority 1.
One. Okay. So that's just, okay, then that's my concern then. So you're saying we're trying to meet the top tier priority, and then if that's what we're trying to do, then we're building to that then. And I wasn't aware that we were doing that. So, and then by allowing the elimination of 2 affordable bedroom units and making it market rate, as well as allowing the market rate studios to be all affordable units, benefits, it's kind of inequitable. And I'm inequitable for future residents because we're not being consistent with the requests we have made for other developments then as well. And then now, if people are going to come back and request that all low-income units be changed, and then they're going to change them all to the first floor, then I'm just concerned that we're setting a precedent here, and that in the end, people will come back and say, well, there's more demand for studios, and now we're dictating to that. So, and then we're
Point
going
of
to be changing
clarification to the
developments.
to the city attorney. If the request is granted by the council, does that set any sort of precedential, is there any sort of precedential implication, or does it tie our hands with any future application?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we're going to get the 99 years for the units because that seems to be the direction it's going. Thank you.
Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you, Mayor. So like Councilmember Meadows, I am inclined to support the request. I do wish we were looking at converting the 2-bedroom moderate on the second level to a 2-bedroom low. Because I do appreciate when we have 2 or more bedrooms for families at the low level. I don't think we're going to be able to convince the applicant to do that, so I have to take what's being offered. And I do think it's a good thing overall that we're getting 1 additional BMR and it will count towards our arena. So that I see as a win for the city. I also obviously see it as a win. I think this is a win-win, and it's clear what's driving this request because I presume that because of the the waiting list and the list of qualified applicants, I'm sure, who will reapply for these 2 additional low-income units that will be on the market for the first floor. Those will go quickly. So it makes a lot of sense in my mind from the developer's perspective, but I also have to look at it. Obviously, priority is the city, and I do think there is a benefit here where we are getting 1 additional unit. And, based on the data, it sounds like having 2 additional low-income units will actually serve our community better. So I am supportive of the request. I want to piggyback onto something that Councilmember Liang said, where, going forward, it's interesting that right now we're looking at the first floor. And so as we go forward and look at these different projects, I do want to make sure we're very intentional about the number of bedrooms for low income, there's for sale and rentals, that be very intentional about it, because what we're really ending up with here are 3 low income units, smaller units on the first floor, with 1 moderate on the second floor, which I know is already sold. So again, this is not my ideal, but it's better than where it was. And so I am supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor, do you have any comments? Okay, I agree with everything that Councilmember Flagger just said, so I'm not going to repeat it, which I think is also what Councilmember Meadows said. There's a little expansion on that, but I'm seeing a nod. I think she agrees with what was said. I don't support changing asking to change the length of the restriction from 55. I believe that's pretty clear why we've been doing that, and why it should stay that way. But otherwise, I'll turn to you, Vice Mayor. Do you want to make your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that the City Council approve the modification request of approved design review permit 18-D-06 and subdivision 18-SD-04 for the property located at 425 First Street.
Friendly amendment that we find that this is categorically exempt from CEQA.
Accepted.
Is there a second?
No, I just need a clarifying question.
Second.
So did you just say that you're not going to do the 99-year?
I said that I didn't support that,
Okay.
and that was not part of the motion.
But I thought that we had it in our housing element, so I would want to make sure we double check that, because I thought all BMRs will be 99 years from now on. So please double check that, staff. Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, if you could call the question, please.
Councilmember Flagger.
Yes.
Councilmember Liang.
No.
Councilmember Meadows.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Daley.
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Liang opposed.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Wormuth, thank you very much. Okay, next item of business is our agenda item number 4. Discuss Los Altos Municipal Code, Chapter 3.52, the Public Art Fund, and provide staff direction on potential ordinance amendments. All right, so Mr. Karnasika, are you presenting the report tonight?
Yes.
All right.
There's no real formal report for council beyond the written report, which you have been provided to you in the packet, along with all of the attachments, and I'm happy to answer any questions for City Council.
Okay, so clarifying questions from the council to staff regarding the report. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone who wants to speak, members of the public?
We have 2 speakers.
Okay, 3 minutes each, please.
3 speakers. The first speaker is Karen Zucker.
I just wanted to say something very short and concise. I am in favor of expanding the definitions of public art and its placement to allow public art funds to be expended on a wider variety of public art for the Los Altos community.
Thank you very much.
The second speaker is Maddie McBurney.
Good evening, council members. Okay, it's on my phone, so I got to find it. So I just want to say a little bit of something about public art, and that we're trying to create Los Altos as an art destination. It brings value to our community, enriches our lives. It represents segments of history and culture and is available to all. It's not stagnant in a museum. We're living in sort of a experience economy. It has a powerful influence. Consumers seek meaningful and unique encounters that resonate with them emotionally. And this is what public art does. It creates immersive experiences, attracts visitors, investment, and it's also a huge investment in the future. Broadening the scope of the public art funds will enhance the ability for organizations and volunteers to incorporate more public art and increase vibrancy for our town. The developers will be proud to contribute these fees, which can be used more broadly throughout Los Altos. I have a bunch of data, but I'm not going to bore you with the data at this time, but art really is something that is of value, and I hope that you will broaden the scope of the funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Janine Valadez.
Hello, Janine Valadez. I'm a member of the Parks, Arts, Recreation, and Cultural Commission, but today I'm speaking in a personal capacity. Excuse me. Although I am here to report back to Park on this topic, so it's kind of a dual role, but right now I'm not doing that. I'm generally in favor of policy that expands the definition of how the monies in the Public Art Fund are spent. I'm very much in favor of that, actually. And I like the idea to use and expend the money to achieve placement of art programs and spaces to teach, to enjoy, to entertain, and to also discuss culture and heritage. Very much in favor of that. But because the dollars that are accumulated in the Public Arts Fund, they are intended not only to benefit the city's residents, workers, and visitors generally, and they will if done right. We should always be mindful that many of those dollars are intended to specifically enrich, educate, and entertain lower income residents, workers, and visitors. With this in mind, I would ask the council to frame any expansion of the policy and of definitions therein in terms of the applicability of Public Art Fund dollars with these policy requirements in mind. First, public art, which is the deliverable, and in this case it could include programs and other things, I'll just keep saying public art, it's got to be easily accessible and visible and usable to the public at all times from public means of access. More specifically, there should be a focus, not a marginal performative effort, but a focus on free or near free community spaces, programs, and facilities. Even more specifically, policy should ensure that arts and programs and facilities benefit the lower income and younger residents, workers, and visitors who spend an inordinate amount of their income on housing. They don't have a lot of money to spend on arts programs, so we need to help them. For example, other organizations have tickets issued as a lottery or as a specific portion of every section of the theater or the performing space or the library, whatever arts thing you want to create that specifically are subsidized and go to lower income participants. From a procedural standpoint, I do have concerns on some of the words, specifically the ones that allow facilities, operations, and maintenance. They can be funded from the Public Art Fund, but I would hope that policies would be set to create specific constraints on balancing these costs with two things. One, an expectation of substantial self-funding by the implementer, assuming you're giving grants out, and two, the actual procurement of arts and programs. We still have to develop arts and programs, not just focus on facilities and operations and maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will bring it back to council. Who wants to get us started? Vice Mayor.
I think the vision of Los Altos as a destination for the arts is particularly compelling. When I think about what I hope our community represents to residents and visitors a decade from now or 2 decades from now, I hope that we have the kind of cachet that some of the other small affluent educated communities have. I would like to see people want to come to Los Altos, not just because they want to shop or just because they want to dine, but because, as one of our public commenters said, Los Altos speaks to them, to their heart, right? And they have an emotional response to coming to Los Altos. And I'm incredibly thankful for what has already been done, first by past councils to establish the 1% for the Arts Fund, and also by the the commission and by groups like Arts Los Altos, but also, the Los Altos Rotary Club that puts on the Fine Art in the Park show, also our Art and Wine Festival, and, the galleries that we have in town. We actually have a great foundation for building this vision of Los Altos as a home, not just a home for the arts, but a place where arts really are forward in our thinking. So I am supportive of expanding council's ability to direct these funds to projects or programs, or simply the purchase of art pieces that further that vision. That's it. I support it.
Thank you. Councilmember Meadows?
So maybe this is a question then rather than a comment, but the ask for us tonight is to discuss whether or not we recommend any changes or expansion or whatever to the existing ordinance. So I don't know, when the vice mayor says you support this, does that mean you support the ordinance as is, or what are you supporting?
I'm sorry. I support expanding the notion of what the funds can be used for within reasonable limits. And it remains at the discretion of council. So to the extent that residents may want to be heard on things, they will have opportunities. If somebody comes to us seeking a grant through the normal grant process, residents will have an opportunity to be heard. So I don't think anything in in the notion of expanding these rules, it's not going to sort of by default create programs that are not vetted through the public process.
Okay, good. And then my next question, and I'm sorry, I guess I could have asked these as we get along, but it's occurring to me now. Staff is looking for direction. We say we want to expand this, we want to shore up that, we don't want to do this. So then the next step would be you would bring back a draft ordinance based on whatever you think you've heard us say tonight. Is that correct?
Correct. So staff at this point has kind of put together what an ordinance changes would look like in text form outside of the standard ordinance form for discussion tonight. And so whichever direction city council would like to proceed, if there's additions, removals, anything you would like to see moving forward, it would come back as a formal ordinance adoption and then would have to have a second reading as with all ordinances.
Okay, so that's fine. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page with that. I can largely support what the vice mayor is saying. I think we need to, especially with the definition of public art being acknowledged to be art that we can see, easily be accessible to us from public spaces, such as some of the murals that we can touch as we walk by on the sidewalk. If those need maintenance, which I've been shown some need maintenance, then that is public art, and I think it makes sense for us to be able to help with the maintenance of that. So I want to have a particular, not only a focus on maintenance, but maintenance is very important because I don't think we've been doing a good job on that, whether it be city-owned pieces or art organization contributions. So maintenance is very important. Let's see, I think there's probably some things I'm forgetting here, but I hope you will forgive me for that. But I do think it's important, and I remember there seems to be a concern by some members of the public that this is an attempt to find funds to use to build a theater. So I think we should explicitly share the information that was shared with council in response to some of these questions in the Q&A. And again, for members of the public, the Q&A, which is questions that council asks of staff ahead of the meeting and staff provides responses, is always posted online before the meeting, so one can always look at that Q&A. But I'm going to ask staff the questions, and if you could just confirm to us your responses to us in Q&A. Mr. Carnesecca, this probably falls to you. One of the questions was, can this fund be used to contribute to the development and or operation of a new theater? And the answer was?
I'm just going to read from the QA.
Thank you. That's
yep,
fine.
I was pulling it up.
Yes.
If the recommended changes are adopted, the arts funds could potentially be used for programs or events hosted or sponsored by the theater, but not general operations. Additionally, the arts funds could be used to incorporate and fund specific artistic elements into the theater's design, but not to pay for the building's general construction.
Thank you very much. Another question, and I won't read it in full, but it's along the same lines. Would the addition of recommendations such as the design, construction, operation, and maintenance of art gallery space of cultural arts, or the addition of funding the design, construction, operation, maintenance of cultural and arts facilities, would these additions allow for funds to be used to build and maintain a theater downtown? There's a theme to the questions that were asked. The answer was?
Please see the response above. I'm happy to.
You don't need to
I'm
read the
happy
whole
to
thing.
read it.
The answer was essentially no, right? Correct?
Correct.
Leading
It's the
question.
same information as above. Correct.
Yes, okay. Would this contradict the commitment that the city council has made that city funds would not be used to build the theater?
I will just add on, the changes in the ordinance will not change or alter any council direction. Council can always provide direction on any of these matters.
Okay. Just some other things that might be of interest for the public, and I know we don't usually belabor this, but I think it's important for this item. Could the art fund be used to expand our summer concert series?
Yes.
And can the public art fund be utilized to pay for artistic features, for example, in the new dog park, such as benches and fencing?
Yes.
All right. So thank you very much. I just think, okay.
City Attorney would like me to clarify, yes, if amended.
If we revise okay, good point.
Correct.
All right, and I will let the Vice Mayor.
I would like some further clarification on that, because the way the answer was given, if somebody hadn't read the Q&A and understood the context, they would think we could pay for a random chain link fence and a random green bench at a dog park. But we would be able to use the funds for artistic elements of the design. If there were an art piece that were incorporated into the dog park, be it functional, like an artistic bench or what have you, we could use it in that way, not for basic elements of the design. Correct?
Correct. It would be very similar to the answer regarding the theater, that it's only for artistic elements of any
If there's a sculpture
potential
in the
project.
courtyard,
Correct.
right? Or something like that. Thank you.
It would be a statue of Brock.
Oh, a statue of Brock, okay. That's already over by the apricot play structure, I think, but that's all right. No. So anyway, I just thought, particularly in regards to the number of questions we had, that it's important to say that no, this is not a funding mechanism for a theater. So I wanted to clarify that. But otherwise, I'm in agreement with the Vice Mayor. We want to be able to use this appropriately and carefully for art and maintenance and cultural events. And I'm open to suggested changes to the ordinance to expand the definition. Thank you.
Councilmember Flagger?
I'll be brief, Mayor, and I just want to make sure I clarify what I think Councilmember Meadows just said, because I don't want her to be misquoted. It can't be used for theater construction, right? So I'm also supportive of expanding the definition. So two things, I appreciate staff adding the list of priorities at the top of our staff reports now, and they checked, I think, general government for this one. I actually think we could also check business communities, because as we know, a lot of this public art currently also supports a lot of our businesses downtown, where a lot of the patrons, they like to walk around and appreciate our art. So I actually think that box, which is one of our priorities that this year, could also be checked for this item. So when I looked at the item, I thought one of the things you were looking for from us, Mr. Carneseca, was feedback on the text, and I know it has to come back as a real ordinance. What was missing for me is a section that talks about, because this covers, so you changed you expanded the scope, which was the direction, but then it kept all the old sections that really focused on public art, on private property, and how it would go through the Parks Commission and that whole process. But it doesn't actually address the process outside of that happening. So for example, if we had an application to put public art or art somewhere, even on city property, like what that looks like. So I think the process outside of what you currently have that now would contemplate all these other things. For example, the dog park, if you wanted to do artistic elements on the park benches, what does that process look like for us to tap into these resources? So I do think we need a section that talks about that process. It covers the old process, but I don't think it includes the section that covers the expanded scope of the use of these funds. And that's it, Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Liang.
Thank you. I totally agree that maintenance is important. We have a lot of artistic elements in our city, and we're not doing a good job of maintaining our own city art properties or what we own. So I think that's important. I think it's important that we prioritize art within the public projects and spaces. I think that I would be concerned about the funds being given away before we get to focus on making sure that they go to projects we have that would benefit, like we stated, the dog park, and making sure that they continue to remain on public property. I think that we made it clear that we would like to ensure that we keep the funds that we collected was for public, to ensure that public access, public use, and not to benefit private property. So I think that's important to state. So I would like to as well make sure that we have a chance for this to go to the Park Arts and Cultural Commission. And they should provide input as well, because we're former park commissioners. We understand what it's like to not give input on something that definitely should apply to the park commissioners as well. And I would like to hear from them. So I believe that it should go to the Park Commission, and we should hear from them as well. And they can provide suggestions to us before it comes back. And just to clarify, it will take 2 readings. Is that correct?
Correct. It's an ordinance.
Okay, just to make sure. Okay, so that was my input. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that my position is where the majority of the council is. Vice Mayor, I think your opening comments were well stated. Councilmember Meadows, I think that your tactic of having those questions read into the public record, so to speak, was excellent. And Councilmember Flagler, I liked your comments as well, which I think were in accord with the first two. I don't support sending this to the Public Arts and Parks and Recreation Commission. I don't think that would be an efficient or useful step. But other than that, would anyone like to make a motion?
So, Council, I'd actually like to interject just because in the following item, the development impact fee kind of discussion, there actually were some council QAs regarding the arts component. So we will talk about at like 1,000-foot level, just the essential nexus that we have as a part of that item. However, I do just want to quickly note the art impact fee or the arts in lieu fee that we have established in the city does not apply to the R1 district. That is consistent with our neighboring jurisdiction of Palo Alto, which requires it to be at a development of 5 or more for residential uses. However, I do want to point out, and it would be best to get clarification or direction from the council if it is something, and we can talk about it in the next item because it's kind of a carryover of this component, but it will help to firm up Mr. Carnesecca's amendments to this specific ordinance, is we currently cap the collection of art fee at $200,000 at a maximum. Our neighboring jurisdiction of Palo Alto does not do that. It's set at anything below $100 million is 1%, anything above $100 million is 0.9%. So I know that's a big number. I'm not saying we need to really entertain that, but we do essentially limit our cap threshold at 200,000. So again, in order just to give Mr. Carnesecca a holistic understanding of what the council desires, if there is that appetite. If not, just keep that in mind so that we can discuss it in the next item so that we can further have that information for when Mr. Carnesecca can return to the council.
Mayor?
Yes.
And if I may add, that reminds me, to your point, the reason this, I also support that this not go to park is because this really is tied in with the fees, and that is a council purview. That is not the commission's purview. So that's why this isn't going there. It's not talking about the art, it's talking about the collection of fees, impact fees, in lieu fees, whatever you want to call it. So I support your statement.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
I'm also reticent to put this before the commission insofar as what we're talking about is an expansion of the scope of our program, and the scope of the program is expressly limited right now to what the commission recommends with regard to art that we purchase. And so it's outside the scope of the commission as well, in my view.
Councilmember Flagger?
Oh, did you want me to? I was going to weigh in on that and then comment on what Mr. Zorns just said. So I agree with my colleagues to my left that for this expanded scope and the potential applications and projects that would fall within this expanded scope, those should come to us directly. As council, we do have a process already built in to the ordinance that has some of these projects going straight to park. But for this expanded scope and what we envision happening as part of this expanded scope, I 100% agree with my colleagues that we should develop a process, Mr. Carnesecca, that comes to us. And then to Mr. Zorn's point about the cap we currently have, I actually didn't think about it. And I don't know if you have thoughts. But it's something that I think we should think about because we established this maximum a few years ago, and it was a limited scope. Now it's a few years have passed, and it's an expanded scope. And to you, Mr. Zorns, because we never want these things to act as a deterrent, and that would be my only hesitation here. So I don't know. You gave the Palo Alto example, and that's Palo Alto. But I would appreciate it. I'd love to hear what my colleagues think about going up from 200,000 as a maximum. But I'm also curious to hear from you, Mr. Zorns, on your thoughts on this and how would it have an impact if we went up to 300,000?
So it wouldn't have a true fiscal negative impact. The reason fundamentally is because it's an in lieu fee. It's not an impact fee. So there is a difference. Whether or not it's what we've seen in recent years or not is fundamentally in most jurisdictions. So myself, prior to coming to Los Altos in the coastal zone, almost exclusively for my tenure here in California, everyone does their in lieu on-site. They don't pay the fee. So they actually have the on-site deployment because then they look at it as essentially an added amenity or attraction to kind of the marketability of their site because it is an increased kind of, feature, so to speak. So the reason why I would suspect we actually see a payment of these sometimes is because we do have a low threshold and some folks just don't want to have to kind of work through the minutia of integrating something, that might be a little bit more of an amenity or beneficial feature of the project as a whole. I don't think if we were to go up to 300, I don't think that we would have a negative consequence associated with it because, again, it is a percentage valuation or a percentage of construction cost valuation. So I don't really think it's a negative impact associated.
And I just want to clarify, I know it's not impact, I know it's in lieu fees. My question about whether or not it's a deterrent, it's to the developers, like really, and so I wanted to make sure we're thinking it's not so high that somehow it's going to be a big issue when it comes to construction. And also, yes, they'll look at $200,000 and think, oh, I'd prefer to just give the city $200,000 than install any kind of art that would have the public coming into their private building. But I don't want to, I'm not supportive of making it so high. And again, I don't know what range this is, 300,000, 400,000, I have no idea. But I definitely wouldn't want to make it so high that it becomes an issue and it's out of line with other jurisdictions. But I'm 100% supportive of figuring out increasing it from 200,000 and what that would look like.
Okay. So do you have clear direction or do you need a motion?
We have direction, Mayor. We don't need a motion.
Okay. Okay.
Did you want feedback to the last? Yeah,
Is there support to go up from two? So
no.
Oh.
Yeah.
I said yes.
So, can we do that here? That was not part of our agenda. My understanding is that was something we would discuss in the next agenda.
No, it is part of our ordinance.
It
It
is-
is section, no, it
Okay.
is in 3.5. I saw it, but I didn't until
That's why I
Mr.
wanted to
Sorensen-
point it out
It
is
is
because it's
something
kind
we-
of
Okay,
teetering
thank
between
you.
the two. Yes.
So okay. Then on that question, I'm not supportive yet of increasing it. We are potentially going to be adding in new fees in the next item. And given the state of the economy right now, the cost to borrow money, the cost of materials, the cost of labor, we're seeing a slowdown in development. I would be hesitant to increase a fee that might negatively impact that. And frankly, I think, there's money in the fund right now. There's nothing that we really need to get money for. I'm not necessarily opposed to it when the economy changes and we see more development and we see, we make a determination of what we do on the next agenda item, but I wouldn't support that at this point.
No, and you're leaning into my concern about could it negatively impact construction? Thanks.
Vice Mayor.
We can always come back again later and look at this fee. If the cost of money goes down by 100 basis points, that offsets, increasing the fees. So I think for now, since the fund is flush, let's not address the 1%, but just address the scope. That's my preference.
Or the cap. I also don't support raising the cap or changing the amount. In addition to what my colleagues have said, I didn't see that the report even provided a nexus for this. So
The next item will.
and you'll explain that then.
Yep.
But I'm definitely not ready to consider any changes in the numbers. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Then I think we are done with this item. All right. Next item on our agenda is development impact fees. Let me look at my colleagues. Normally we take a break at 9. It is currently 8:30. Do you folks want to get started, or do you want to take an early break and then not stop in the middle of the next item? Take an early break? Okay, let's come back at about 8:42-ish.
even get one booked with that, with them.
Okay, so we are back on the record, so to speak. We have 2 items left. I think we can get through them both tonight. Would my colleagues agree? Yes? Okay, so we'll finish the entire agenda tonight. So, next item on the agenda is item number 5, discussion regarding updated development services, development impact fees, based on the completed draft study by Matrix Consulting Group, and provide staff direction on returning to the next possible city council meeting. And with that, Mr. Zorns?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Weinberg. So we do have 2 of our contributing consultants that are sub-consultants under Matrix that are here in the chambers. But our lead kind of liaison from Matrix Consulting Group, Kushbu, is going to be joining us from Zoom. So she's going to go ahead and unmute herself, and she'll share her screen with the presentation.
Thank you all. Good evening, everyone. I hope you can see my screen and hear me okay.
Yes.
Perfect. Great. Thank you very much. I'm Krushbu Engel. I'm a vice president with Matrix Consulting Group. Like Nick mentioned, we worked with DKS Associates in Strategic Economics, who both have representatives in the audience tonight. There with you all. Apologies, I was unable to be there in person. But what we wanted to do this evening was share with you an overview of the development impact fee study that we conducted for the city. So what we want to do this evening is just talk about what's the background and purpose behind impact fees, what's the methodology for calculating these fees, what services did we review, what are the results, and then what are some items to take under consideration. So just some background, the city currently has 3 impact or in lieu fees. So there's the Parks and Recreation in lieu fee, there's the Public Art in lieu fee, which I know you all just briefly talked about prior to this item, and then the Traffic Impact fee. So the current study, the scope of it was to review all of those existing impact and in lieu fees, as well as discuss the options for the city to create any new impact fees based upon city-owned infrastructure. The fee study looked at a 2040 horizon for growth. So just like any other types of fee studies, there is a fixed point in time that we're looking at. And so for this study, we looked at that 2040 timeline for the growth. Again, based off of rules and regulations, you do have to reevaluate these nexus analyses every 8 years based on the latest rules. So it's not like you would wait until 2040 to look at this again, but this snapshot in time captures up to 2040. And then as part of this, we also did a comparative analysis. So we looked at some of the surrounding jurisdictions and what impact fees they are charging. So what's the purpose of an impact fee? So an impact fee is different than user fees, which I know we presented on a couple of weeks ago to you all. The purpose of an impact fee is that it can only be used for infrastructure, so it can't be used for operational purposes. And it's really defined to determine what's that proportionate impact of new development. That proportionate aspect is really key because we need to make sure that new development is only paying for what their component of the impact is, not for kind of enhancing existing service levels or existing needs within the city. The other component we looked at through this study is a commercial linkage fee, which would look at the purpose of it is to determine what's the need for affordable housing due to new development that's occurring. The overall arching purpose is to ensure that we comply with the Mitigation Fee Act, which includes AB 1600 and the more recently enacted AB 602. AB 1600 has 5 criteria that all impact fees must meet. They're in relation to kind of what's the purpose of the impact fee, what can the revenues be used for, what's the proportionality nexus criteria, what's the basis of how you charge those impact fees. AB 602 basically takes those nexus criteria and just expands upon them, stating that these nexus analyses must be documented, they must be publicly posted on the city's website, they must be made available to everyone, they must be done every 8 years. And basically the purpose of these studies is to make sure that the city is not charging more than kind of what the maximum justifiable rate is for recovering what the proportional impact of that new development is. So what's the methodology that we use to calculate these fees? So these fees are calculated slightly different than the user fees because again, they're more based upon that proportional impact. So we look at population, employment, land use projections, and we look at what that future looks like for the city. So what is it currently, and then what the future of the city looks like. We want to document and identify what's the current infrastructure that exists in the city that's city owned, and what's needed in the future to ensure that we maintain existing service level standards. Again, we want to clarify that the purpose of this is to maintain the existing level of service, not necessarily enhance services. Then what we want to do is take those infrastructure costs and assign what portion of it should be borne by existing residents versus what portion should be borne by the future population. And depending upon the service area that we review for impact fees, that proportionality can vary. And then ultimately what we do is we calculate a cost per capita for the residential and commercial population. And then we determine what that cost per square foot is. And we convert that into that cost per square foot and incorporate the administrative fee. Just as a reminder, impact fees can only be used for infrastructure costs, not annual or operational costs. So what are the services that we reviewed through this study? So as we mentioned, the city currently has 3 impact fees or in lieu fees. So the Parks and Recreation one, which is currently an in lieu fee, it's primarily used for land acquisition. The new proposed Parks and Recreation fee, which we'll talk about in a second, is an impact fee that we're proposing, and that would be for both land acquisition and replacement / expansion of recreational facilities. The public art fee, which you all discussed, is currently an in lieu fee. It would remain an in lieu fee, and it's more specifically for the public art installation in relation to new development. The traffic or transportation impact fee is a current impact fee, and again, it's related to those transportation-related improvements. And then we're proposing the creation of 3 new impact fees through this analysis. General government, which would be in relation to public facilities such as City Hall, Public Works, library-related infrastructure. So again, general governmental facilities that the city owns and in relation to infrastructure improvements to those facilities. Public safety, which would be in relation specifically to police and fire facilities and equipment. Again, more in relation to the capital costs related to those areas, not the operational costs. So not necessarily how many additional officers you would need or anything like that. It's more in relation to what's the facility impact. And then the last new impact fee that's being proposed is the commercial linkage fee, which would be in relation again to those affordable housing needs due to new development. So as we mentioned, we're proposing to add 3 new additional impact fees to recover those proportionate infrastructure needs for the city. And again, through this study, through this nexus analysis, we're only attributing the proportion that's related to new development when calculating these impact fees. We are proposing converting the Parks and Recreation fee from an in lieu fee, which just to clarify, an in lieu fee essentially means that you have the option to either pay this fee or mitigate that impact through your through the development process. So in the case of Parks and Recreation, you would have the option to, kind of create an open space and mitigate that, or you would pay this in lieu fee to the city. Instead of it being an in lieu fee, we would recommend through this process to make it a straight impact fee and include not just the land acquisition component, which is traditionally what that in lieu fee has been based off of, but also include any facility improvement for Parks and Recreation. And then lastly, the biggest shift that's happening through this study is converting the residential fees, so for single family and multifamily, from a per dwelling unit to a per square foot. And this is one of the requirements of AB 602, which requires that any residential impact fees now be based upon a proportional level of impact associated with the square footage. So that way, somebody that's building a new 5,000 square foot home does not pay the same fee that somebody that's building a 2,500 new square foot home. So big picture, talking about the results, so starting with Parks and Recreation, right now the city's current fees in lieu fees are $77,500 per unit for single family, $48,800 for multifamily. And through this process, as we mentioned, we converted those fees to be based on square footage, again, because it's a requirement of AB 602. So it would be $12.12 per square foot per single family and $44.15 per square foot for multifamily. Kind of what does that mean in a real world example? So if we look at a single family 5,000 square foot home, right now you would just pay, kind of because it's per unit, it's one unit, you would just pay $77,500. Under the new proposed full cost, you would pay $12.12 times the 5,000 square feet. So your new full cost would be $60,600. And in theory, the difference would be a reduction of about $17,000. For multifamily, if we looked at 4 units at 750 square feet as an example, you would pay the 48,800 times the number of units, so times the 4 units. So you would pay 195,200 right now. Based upon the square footage, you would again pay only the square footage of the units. This is an important distinction. You're not paying the square footage of the whole multifamily complex, it's the square footage of each of the units within the multifamily. So you would pay 4415 times 750 times 4. So your full cost would be 132,450. The difference would be about $62,000. So again, technically under this new proposed, your parks and lieu fee would actually be going down, but again, it would be based upon proportional to the square footage. So if you built a smaller single family unit, again, you would have less than 60,600 that you would pay. If you built a larger single family unit than 5,000 square feet, you would pay more. So again, this was just used to kind of illustrate what that difference looks like based upon kind of your current fee structure versus the full cost. But I do want to stress that it is proportional to the square footage that you are building. Whereas the current fee structure is set up where it doesn't matter whether you're building a small unit or a large unit, you're going to pay kind of per unit how many units you're building. So the public art in lieu fee, which I know you guys spent some time talking about earlier this evening, currently your fee is 1%. Through this study, we were able to establish that, again, that nexus of 1% still does exist. It is an in lieu fee, so like Nick mentioned, and as you all mentioned earlier, that it is, again, more of an optional. So the developer does have the ability to install public art on their property or pay the city this fee and this amount in order to fund that public art installation. And again, that would be based upon that guidance from those ordinance changes that you all were talking about. And it would be only applicable, again, if the development doesn't install art that is publicly accessible. Then we get to the last current impact fee that exists in the city, which is the traffic or transportation impact fee. This was calculated by DKS Associates. And like we mentioned, we do have somebody in the audience who can answer any specific questions about this, but I'll kind of go over high level. For impact fees, currently the way the city's structure is set up, there's 4 categories. There's single family, multifamily per unit, and then commercial, retail, and office, which is per square foot. So again, the single family and multifamily are being transitioned from a per unit to a per square foot basis. The commercial and retail and office is a little bit easier to compare because they're already per square foot. So as you can see, for those 2 categories, the fee is technically lower than what the city's currently, barely for office and just a little bit more for commercial. And again, for single family and multifamily, we've created the same kind of scenarios we did for parks and recreation, where we looked at, if we look at a 5,000 square foot single family home, currently you would pay $67.74 based off of the updated impact fee. You would actually pay $7,750. So there would be an increase in the impact fee of about a little bit less than $1,000. Same thing for the multifamily. If we look at that same example of 4 units at 750 square feet, you would pay the, maybe that is an error there. You would pay additionally a little bit more under the full cost impact fee. And then commercial and office, you would essentially kind of pay a little bit less based off of the changes in the per square foot. As we get to the new impact fees, so we have general government. So as we mentioned, general government would be things like City Hall, would be public works facilities, would be the library. And again, there's 4 categories for this. So there's the residential component, single family and multifamily, which would again be per square foot, and then commercial, retail, and office, which would also be per square foot. As you can see, these are pretty low dollar values, kind of looking again at some sample projects for new single family 5,000 square foot home, you're looking at roughly $650. So if you built something smaller, you're looking at even less than that as an impact fee for general government. Similarly, if you're building a new small office building, you're looking at, $7,000 in impact fees. So again, these are just more sample sizes, just so that you can get an idea of what the general government fee would look like depending on the size or type of the project. The next new impact fee we looked at was public safety. Similarly, same 4 fee categories. We have single family, multifamily, commercial, retail, and office. Same kind of concept. Again, these dollar values that have been calculated are fairly on the lower end. So again, if we're looking at a 5,000 square foot single family home, you're looking at a maximum fee of $450 for something like that. Again, if you built something that was only 2,500 square feet, you would be looking at paying a fee that's $225. So again, very minimal amount. But again, it's just helping the city collect additional funds to help fund that proportional impact of new development. So again, as there is new development that occurs in the city, there's the ability to use a portion of these funds to help offset those infrastructure needs of expanding the police station, adding new equipment for police and fire. And then the last new impact fee we looked at was commercial linkage. And we have a representative from strategic economics in the audience. But really the purpose of this fee is to offset the need for affordable housing as a result of new commercial development. So it is only charged on commercial projects, so which is why there's only two categories for this: commercial, retail, and office. The cities typically do not set this fee at the full cost. So as you can see, the full cost is fairly high compared to some of the other fees we looked at, which were in the cents or the dollars per square foot. This is several $100s per square foot. The fees that are charged by other jurisdictions, usually range really low from $3 to $77. And again, the fee is set up so it's based on the demand for affordable housing needed based upon the mix of jobs associated with that employment growth anticipated in the city. So considerations for impact fees. So for the existing impact fees already, the city already collects them in a separate fund. Same thing for any of these new impact fees, they would be collected in a separate fund and they would only be used to fund those future infrastructure needs. So for any of these new proposed impact fees, there'd be the need to create those. Again, the creation of these new impact fees allows the city to offset the proportionate impact of that new development. So again, it's really just to help offset that proportional impact. We're not saying that new development needs to pay for existing benefits or existing impacts, but just what that proportional aspect is. The purpose of these studies is to show that maximum justifiable fee. So again, on each of these slides, when we have that full cost column, that was meant to show you this is kind of what that maximum justifiable nexus fee is. Council still has the prerogative to, again, set these fees at lower than that full cost. When we look at what your current fees are and your full cost fees are, generally, they're on the lower end of the surveyed jurisdictions or lower end of jurisdictions within the Greater Bay Area, except again for the commercial linkage fee, the full cost is much higher. But again, these fees are generally subsidized in the jurisdictions that do charge those fees. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I will stop sharing my screen and open up the floor to questions.
Okay, thank you very much for that presentation. Does staff have anything that they want to add on?
Yes, so I do want to just add, in addition, Cushbu and Matrix, the consultants, one, thank you for the very robust deep dive into our impact fees, the existing and then the creation potentially of new ones. But I do want to just touch on, because I received an overwhelmingly amount of public comments personally, but not attached to the associated actual agenda item, rather beforehand, and this is regarding the George Sheets petitioner versus the County of El Dorado, California. So I do want to read this into the record in order to be able to help orient the community. I'm actually going to read a concurring opinion from Justice Kavanaugh, which whom he was joined by Justice Kagan and also Justice Jackson for their concurring opinion. I'm going to read a little snapshot of what is overarchingly a part of the overall U.S. Supreme Court's decision, just to be able to make sure that the community as well as the council understands is what we are doing tonight, as well as in the coming months by establishing the new Nexus study and any new fees. Is that we are within our full rights as a jurisdiction. What I will at least cover is that the U.S. Supreme Court, when they took up this case, it was to establish the essential requirement that Nolan and Dolan do apply in regards to the argument that was initially taken in the California courts, was the argument of the takings clause. So that was really the component that the U.S. Supreme Court took to be able to really kind of analyze what the initial arguments were. Both sides, the petitioner and the respondent, then actually agreed in front of the justices once they started to argue their oral arguments earlier this year. But I'm going to read the concurring opinion, which frames it kind of quickly. Importantly, therefore, today's decision does not address or prohibit the common government practice of imposing permit conditions such as impact fees on new development through reasonable formulas or schedules that assess the impact of classes of development rather than the impact of specific parcels of property. So essentially what the justices opined on in that concurring opinion is that essentially with how we do impact fee analysis under the Mitigation Fee Act, and as long as we're adhering to the Nolan and Dolan provisions that the court has already opined on several times over, is that we are within our full rights to be able to establish nexus as long as we are doing it reasonably as it relates to proportionality of the exaction. So any fee that we are requiring a developer to make a payment into the city is that it has to be proportional. I think we can all understand, as Khushbu established in her presentation, is that the conversion that is required of us by AB 602 further establishes the rule of proportionality in order to make sure that there is no exaction that is overburdening one and not being equally applied to everyone fairly. So I do just want to make sure that that is very much so put out there for the record, since I did receive several public comments not associated with the agenda item.
Thank you very much, Director Zorns. All right, let me bring it back to council for clarifying questions. Councilmember Liang?
Thank you again for the presentation. So I guess I'll ask, since you brought that up, the proportion, or maybe I should ask her, either one can answer. So I'm pleased to see the recommendations of establishing some of the new fees. So thank you very much. But I was just wondering, we did the Nexus study, but suppose we want to flip some of the fees, like, you know, suppose I like the recommendation of the general government impact fee, but I think that that should be the public safety impact fee, and then, you know, flip it. It still meets the proportionality of what the Nexus study would recommend, and could council do that?
So I'll kind of quickly answer, and if Khushbu wants to add in, is so in the development impact fee study, the specific provisions of each individual impact fee have to be analyzed individually for the impact that's associated. I understand, and it's very common for councils to kind of think of the cumulative dollar essentially that's paid by a developer. However, that is not essential nexus. That's actually kind of an old school way of thinking, and you're not really, I guess, as a cumulative impact against the dollar that's paid. It is, you know, similar, but it is not in keeping with what the Mitigation Fee Act requires, as well as a lot of the case law. So we do have to bifurcate each individual one. So public safety is in and of itself its own individual kind of error-marked nexus and impact fee. So we couldn't kind of flip the script and say we're going to do that charge for that based on how we're establishing the essential nexus for each individual kind of, you know, revenue source, so to speak.
Okay, thank you so much. That's good clarification and understanding of that. Greatly appreciate it, and appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Meadows.
Thank you. Khushbu disappeared off the screen. Oh, no, she's on this screen. Okay. Thank you for the presentation, and very comprehensive. I just have a couple questions. So I think this is a draft, right? So we're being asked to suggest what we want to see for the final report, if anything. So and what I'm about to say may not be consistent with what you just said, but there's a lot of fees here. And for me, I didn't go through the manual exercise of looking. I would like to see a matrix that would show for single-family homes which of these fees apply. And if you took, let's call it a 3,500 square foot single-family home, what would those fees look like? And then multifamily, say 4 or 5 units, whatever, pick an example and show us. Same with commercial, same with, in each of these categories, because we're going, potentially going from one fee structure to another, and I think there's a lot of sense to the proposals, but I'd like to see how it adds up and which ones apply to which. So that might be a useful addition. I had mentioned in our last comments on talking about the public art in lieu, and I didn't see in the report the nexus, and you said we'd talk about it in this agenda. So can you, and maybe I just didn't find it or I didn't notice it, but can you explain that? And I can't tell you what page it's on, but you probably already know that.
Kushbu, do you want to go ahead and at least talk about this from the high level first, about what's required for us to be able to retain this fee?
Yeah, absolutely. So again, the public art development fee, it's more of a in lieu fee. So what we did is and it's assessed based off of the valuation. So it is a chapter in the report. I think it's chapter number 6. That's on page 20. So it talks about what we did is we looked at, what are the needs based off of the public art master plan. So again, when we're looking at impact fees, we want to default back to established documentation that already exists within the city. So we look at facilities master plans, parks master plans, things like that. So we looked at the public art master plan as well as what the fund balance was for public art fees, and we kind of determined what that kind of annualized expenditures would be. And we looked at that as a proportional of the total dollar values of potential projects based off of the valuation of the city's most recent projects, and that's how we were able to establish that 1% nexus fee. So we were able to look at those two components. But again, it's more of just looking at, what is the expected contribution for public art based on what's the expected development that the community is going to see. And so therefore, what's that proportionality that exists? Because it is an in lieu fee, so it is ultimately, again, optional. The developer would only pay this if they choose to not, adhere to that condition of installing a public art piece on their property.
Okay, so I found that it looks like it's on page 21 of the standalone report, page 171 of the PDF for my colleagues. But and it talks about an annual cost of $889,900, but I didn't think that was an annual cost. I thought that was the actual current balance, which is sort of accumulated. So I wasn't clear where that annual cost came from. I mean, versus what is the current balance in the fund, which actually has been a combination of accumulations and expenditures over time. So where does the $889,900 come from?
Yeah, I believe it does come from that fund balance, like you mentioned. So we looked at a variety of sources, and sometimes what we want to do is the reason we look at something like the fund balance is because we want to see, again, what expenses are available to the city for kind of contributing towards that public art component and development. Because when we're calculating what that in lieu fee is we're figuring out what is that expected contribution. So if the city were to take that kind of full fund balance and look at it based, if that's the expectation of what they want to contribute towards that public art component, then that's how we would calculate that based off of the proportional valuation for those projects. So that's why we use something like that, because we want to, again, use documented cost information that the city has versus kind of estimating what the cost of public art would be, because it can vary so dramatically depending on the type of public art installation you're going to do.
Right. So, and maybe this is just semantics, but again, I don't view sort of a balance as necessarily translating into an annual cost, especially if we perceive that we haven't been spending the funds on some maintenance and other things. So but
Yeah, we
I
can
didn't-
clarify that
yeah.
in the report when we do a revised version and kind of make that clear that it's not necessarily an annual cost. It's more of like an expected contribution type of
Okay.
component.
All right, that would be helpful because that
Mhm.
tripped me up a little bit. And then regarding the commercial linkage fee, the concept there is and correct me if I'm wrong about the concept, is that by creating jobs, we create the need for housing. And that, of course, leads to the infamous jobs housing imbalance. And the commercial linkage fee is trying to address that jobs housing imbalance locally within Los Altos by the creation of commercial activity and linking it to the need for affordable housing. Is that correct, what the intent of a commercial linkage fee is?
Yeah, I can definitely speak to it high level, and we have Derek in the audience, so he may be able to answer more specifically. But I think yes, generally higher level, the nexus or the concept is that because there's going to be new jobs. So if you're building a new restaurant, you're going to have new employees that work in that restaurant, and the restaurant industry, they're not necessarily paid as well. So there is the need for affordable housing for those employees to live in the city of Los Altos in order to work there.
Okay, and so then this question may be more for Mr. Zorns, which is, so if we actually adopted this and did it well and right, whatever well and right means, because I think, we're estimating a full cost and saying, but we're really not going to charge anywhere near that because of whatever reasons, and it would be very onerous to charge the full amount. But does that help us in our future RENA? Again, a second mention of seventh cycle, perhaps. But if you actually incorporated a commercial linkage fee correctly, wouldn't that lead to the ability to address the jobs housing imbalance? And in theory, doesn't that provide us at least a good faith, if not an actual mitigation that might affect? I'm sure HCD doesn't look at this like this yet, but is this where something might go, or does this demonstrate good housing practice?
I think it's definitely good policy for the city to have something that essentially helps to aid or offset the creation or the demand for more affordable housing within the jurisdiction. I would say the full associated impact, obviously, as you can see, is in the staff report component, is that I'm only recommending to charge 5% of the full commercial linkage fee. Partially one of the reasons why I set it so low, if you want to look at it that way, is Silicon Valley or SV Home. They adopted in 2018, I believe it was, their kind of countywide nexus for commercial linkage, and it's low. It's I think it's more of like 2.5% of what our maximum linkage fee we could charge. So no one is really doing it at the full cost unless you really get into more of the metropolitan cities. We are considered an urbanized area, but we are far from, obviously, downtown, San Francisco or Manhattan, where you kind of have the disequilibrium sometimes of, where commercial real estate at one time, obviously what we're seeing right now with commercial vacancies in San Francisco, really kind of pushed a lot of the residential development out or away at one time. So now we're kind of on the flip script of that, unfortunately, in that area. So it is definitely a good policy for us to be able to collect something to be able to help future offset, some of the demand that we are going to continue to have.
Okay, and I realize that was kind of an academic question, but I'm trying to fit how this, work in my mind how all this fits together, and so I appreciate the clarification. And my last question is about, wait, let me find it. It's here somewhere. I had some questions from the public about whether 5,000 square foot was actually a realistic size for, to assume for single-family homes. I feel it probably is for a variety of reasons, partly because I think you looked at the number in later, like over the last 5 years, if I recall the study. It was a more recent time period, and in case anybody hasn't been watching, nobody's building small homes anymore. And potentially also because a lot of the homes have gone down below to basement square footage, which doesn't count in some of the measures we use in the city, but it would count in this square footage measurement, right? So a 2,500 square foot house on ground level with a 2,500 square foot basement is actually a 5,000 square foot house, right? So that's a long-winded way to ask the question of, is 5,000 square foot assumption for a single-family home accurate?
It is. I'm going to also just further clarify for the council, because I'm actually the one that provided Matrix with permitting data. So for new single-family structures or rebuilds, the permit data for 2019 was 5,148 square feet was the average size unit. In 2020, it was 4,627 square feet. In 2021, it was 5,052. And then in 22, it was 4,810. And then most recently in 23, it was 5,034. So we very much are on the average of actual permits that have been pulled. So I know that there was community comment as well, but that is the actual data that was that I personally pulled. So I saw the plans myself for all of those units over the last 5 years.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And that's all my questions, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Flagger?
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks, Mr. Zorns. I just wanted clarification, picking up on something Councilmember Meadows talked about with the commercial linkage fee. So I understand those fees could be used towards housing, right? Affordable Housing Fund, wherever that goes. For the general government impact fee, how can we use the fees collected related to that impact? Because everything else, I was going through it, I'm like, okay, I get public safety, I get commercial linkage, since it's the housing one, transportation, obviously, but for the general government, is there a lot of flexibility built into that one for us to, okay. And could you just talk to that so I have a full understanding of how those fees could be used?
Sure. So this was something that when Matrix first came on, we kind of discussed, openly about, some of the specific needs within the city. And so general government refers to, this is actually from the draft report, the city hall and other governmental infrastructure that is not covered through other impact fees. So specifically when it's not covered by the police or the public safety, specifically the parks, the traffic, and those specific established impact fees. So when it comes to if we needed to be able to further help support library funding, that would be able to be that. If we were in the necessary need to pay for the Lacey project, if we had not been able to figure out what we were going to do with the Los Altos Youth Center, so what we just moved forward with, that would be something that we would be able to further help support under this general government fee. So a lot of the things that we've been for a long time, the city managers also talked about, our reliance on the general fund for things that are not general fund expenditures. The reason why we've had to rely on that is because we've never adopted this fee, which we should have probably established several decades ago based on our community's need. So it is something that can support a lot of the fundamental hard fixed costs. I will say specifically to the general government impact fee, electrification of the city's infrastructure. So meaning if we wanted to deploy solar here at the Civic Center, we would be able to do that. I would probably recommend doing that last off of the wish list because there are a lot of times large grant buckets that are available for big municipal deployments, rather than obviously all the funds have kind of dried up, just like the EV infrastructure for single family homes. Now it's kind of for bigger deployments. So there is kind of a variety of ways that it could be used. Kushbu, was there anything else that you would want to add to that?
No, I think you covered it fairly well. But yeah, in general, it is a little bit more fluid than some of the other impact fees because it is more for those general government facilities so that are not covered. So not the park and recreation facilities or the public safety facilities or transportation facilities, but basically anything else. So if there were any city hall improvements, you guys have some that you've already funded, but if there was a need for additional improvements or anything like that, you would be able to use the funding for those purposes or improvements to the public works courtyard or to the library infrastructure as needed. So it just gives you that flexibility to be used for those purposes specifically.
No, thanks for that, because when I saw that before Councilmember Meadows' question with the commercial linkage, I appreciated hearing the answer that it was tied to housing. Because for me, it could have been tied to other things. So I appreciate it being an affordable housing fund approach. But then we have this separate general government fund that could be used for other things. Thank you.
I have one more question.
Councilmember Liang?
So I want to make sure that we are all understanding that ADUs would fall under the same rate and fees as single family, correct?
So ADUs are not subject to development impact fees under a certain threshold, which is a part of the state statute for ADUs. It's 750 square feet. So that's not a part of the equation, so to speak.
So clarify that. So if an ADU is 1,200 square feet or 2,400 square feet, we're not charging them?
So we have under the ordinance that was just adopted and will become effective, we just further clarified and established under 1414.090 general provisions subsection D, impact fees. Any applicable fees established by the city of Los Altos shall be proportional based on unit size. So one, we're saying that we're going to adhere to any charges under AB 602, but the state law does not allow for us to charge impact fees for ADUs that are 700 square feet or less. So anything that would be above that, we would charge the proportional rate that is allowed.
That's what I want to make sure.
But
But
that's
I
been
just needed to
established for a while.
clarify that so that our public can understand that. So I want to make sure that we are all understanding, because even those who reside in these ADUs do have impacts, and the resident, will utilize our parks and everything. So I wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I'd like to open up the floor for public comment. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have one speaker, but no card.
Okay, 3 minutes.
I don't have 3 minutes worth of stuff to say. I just have a little bit to say. So as I understand it, we have a transportation fee, we have a public safety fee, we have what's the government fee, and then which we don't charge a school fee. And all of those put together are less than the arts fee. Is that right? Because that seems pretty high for an arts fee. And then the other question, or the other thing I wanted to bring up was that the arts fee, as discussed, was supposed to be allowed to cover such things as programs and tickets, but I just heard that these fees are only allowed to cover infrastructure. So how does that work? And that's all I have to say. Those are the only questions I have.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let me bring it back to council.
I didn't understand the last part of what Ed just said.
Ms. Paulson, do you mind taking a couple of questions?
Well, no,
Yeah,
I don't.
no.
Nick seems to understand. So if Mayor, if I may ask Mr. Zorns if he could respond to that last part of Ms. Paulson's comment. about infrastructure.
Yeah, so the art development fee, it is different in regards to the art development fee is an in lieu fee. So we do. I wanted the Nexus study to comprehensively look at all of our fees, which is also what we did say in our housing element that we would do, was look at all city fees and make sure that we're essentially charging them at the proportional rate that's allowed under law, but also what makes best sense for our housing policy. Because the public art fee is a 1% threshold of construction costs, it is proportional in the way that it's getting applied. It has a more like with the park and lieu fee or the impact fee or the public safety impact fee is we're talking about how we can utilize those for specifically acquisition or also the maintenance. Once the in lieu fee is established, again, the whole point of that ordinance was that the developer would deploy art on site. We should not have established it or maintain it, rather, if it is meant to be a fund for us to fund city programs. And if we don't have it, that we can't get it on a site, then we will take it into an account and we will use it for what is tied to public art, and then that's how we are able to expend those funds, and that's what's under the ordinance. So it's kind of an upfront that we're telling a developer, this is what you are required to do on site, which is an installation of some art, and if you don't, the city is going to take that as an in lieu payment up to a maximum of $200,000, which is established by ordinance, and the ordinance then covers how we're going to expend it. So you kind of get to choose. It's the either or kind of method with the payment of the fee. So it is a little bit different in regards to when we're talking about impact fees versus in lieu fees, about how we can collect it and then how we can expend it.
So you explained it well, as usual, Mr. Zords, but I still think it doesn't address, and maybe Ms. Paulson can repeat her point, but because I think we all understand the difference between in lieu and the impact fee and how it gets applied and when it gets applied. I thought she was making a point about the in lieu fees being used for certain things, whereas the impact fees couldn't be used for certain things. And maybe I heard that incorrectly, but...
Yeah, Kushbu, do you want to help me out?
Yeah,
and see if we answer it a little differently.
Yeah, so I think it's less. So when we were trying to stress that impact fees can really be used for infrastructure, we were more focusing on the impact fee component. For in lieu fees, it's more like Nick said, because there's a different intention behind them. It's not an imposed fee. It's more of an optional fee. So that's why it can be used for kind of beating the original intent behind it, which is the original intent is to fund public art in the community. And so that can mean programs or funding contracted activities in the community. So you could do that type of funding with it versus, for example, for a transportation impact fee, you wouldn't necessarily be able to fund like the annual repairs on a signal, on a traffic signal, but you could fund buying a new traffic signal.
Thank you. I understand. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Then let's bring it back to council. Who would like to get us started?
No motion is needed, right?
No, just direction. I mean, I have a comment, but it's tangential. So if anyone has a substantive point they want to make, that would be more appropriate. Yeah, Vice Mayor.
What's the net likely to be for our park and lieu incoming funds if we change the fee to the impact fee and make it based on square footage, where are we going to be at the end of this housing cycle in our park and lieu fund? You know, we're estimating that even with some concessions to certain developments that we're going to net, you know, maybe $80 million through the end of this cycle. Are we still looking at a number that's in that ballpark, or is it materially changing?
Well, I'm going to somewhat answer it in a question that's going to be as vague as as it can be. The only reason why I say that is that there are some developments we have lost on in regards to how it's structured today. I am looking at the multifamily permit data that I provided Matrix, and on some of the development, we should have, for example, a 4-unit development, we should have we collected just under $200,000. But because of how large those units were, of the individual units themselves, we actually would, under today's Nexus study, we would collect $260,000. So it actually, on some projects, we're actually going to get more. This is, again, on a proportional size. Additionally, for example, you know, we are talking about the average size of the single family homes being 5,000. However, when I look at the permit data, we have several homes that were in the 8,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet, and several well over 6,000 square feet. So if we're saying that our kind of threshold is a 5,000, we have several homes that would be paying a proportional payment that actually, in some regard, we might, you know, not see as much of a dip. We're really running numbers and crunching them off of averages from the last several years. So fundamentally, you know, we kind of have to look at that a little bit delicately, is that, you know, we don't have an essential Nexus study on file to be able to see how and why we crunch the numbers that we have. Fundamentally, we also previously, so for example, Park and Lieu, we were doing that under the Quimby Act. So there is a fundamental shift of what we are proposing here. The city attorney has previously instructed the councils that we had to make necessary findings to expend those funds because of the Quimby Act. However, this provides the council more flexibility about where they apply and how they apply the park funds, because, so to speak, some of the park funds that we have collected in the past, we probably should have used them a little bit differently, and this provides us more greater flexibility. There are jurisdictions in Silicon Valley between one of the two counties that have both a land acquisition or a Quimby Act fee, and then for parks, but then also have a park in lieu fee. We did run initial data that would have supported that, but we would have been talking about, quite frankly, close to another $100,000 per unit of bringing that into the mix when really running the numbers, which I do not think is in the best interest for housing policy in the city. So the nexus that has been presented to the council tonight is the required formula that's required under the Mitigation Fee Act. And it does look like a net reduction when we're applying it to our average unit sizes. I really don't want us to get hung up on that we think that we're going to see a net decrease in park collections, because like I said, there are some projects that we fundamentally are going to see significant additional dollars collected. In the footnote of the park fee in the finished final report, it does note is that there are, let me pull it up really quick, because she probably knows what I'm referring to off the top of her head, but
Is it the acreage component? Is that the footnote you're looking for, Nick?
It might be. No, it's about the actual average unit size and how we kind of had to use the 50% threshold Kushbu of the. Thanks, Anne. She knows the data. It's so good.
Yep, it's on page, I think, 13
Yes,
or of
thank
the
you.
actual report. Yeah.
So when we're talking about some of these cumulative numbers, and I've actually already talked about this with the deputy director, is because of the way that we've assessed fees previously, is that we didn't really have to capture a true breakdown of what each individual unit was in regards to its square footage size when it comes to the computation of the fees, because it's just on a per unit basis. We're now going to have a totally different table format moving forward when we're starting to calculate nexus fees, because it's on that square footage basis of the units that are being built and constructed. So that, when we look at, footnote 14 on page 13, is we're talking is the overall average square footage size of a unit was 1746. 50% of that was used to reduce for extra square footage associated with hallway storage, elevators, lobby space. But in some developments, that's not going to be true. We have to kind of take somewhat of kind of the holistic understanding is that everyone has the hallways, they have the elevators, they have kind of the communal property spaces. But we do know in some of our developments, kind of the common space aspect has gotten smaller. And so it just depends. So we're going to have to run and see what some of those numbers are. However, the one thing that I'll at least alert the council to is we do not have discretion to apply any fee beyond what is defensible under a nexus study. So we can always go lower. That was kind of asked in the council Q&A. However, the formulas that are being presented to the council tonight, unless an egregious error in computation was found under the kind of the public disclosure process with this draft study, the formulas would not change. So that's kind of where, I know that's a really long answer, Councilmember Daley. It's just I want to at least kind of somewhat pose that as a part of the overall discussion. But fundamentally remind the council is that we are also getting away from the reliance of the general fund by creation of other impact fees we have never had before. So I guess if you're kind of going to look at a delta, there might be able to be a delta where you're able to look at funding it with other funding sources such as the general fund if we're not relying on it for things such as the public safety account or the general account as well. So again, you're creating buckets of money that you're able to pull from for things that we oftentimes are only getting to go to one account for now.
So let me see if I can summarize effectively. Number one, we have a nexus for the fees as we are proposing them, and that in itself is critical.
That's correct.
Number two, we don't know exactly what the net delta may or may not be, and it's going to be dependent on unit size and volume.
That's correct.
Whereas previously it was solely dependent on unit volume.
Correct.
And third, we will now have a little bit more flexibility in the way we disperse the revenues.
That's correct.
Thank you. Councilmember?
Thank you, because this is just discussion and comments, and there's no action tonight. So as usual, thanks, Mr. Zorns, and thanks to our consultants for this comprehensive, or using Mr. Zorns' word, robust research and information on this topic. So really appreciate it. So for me, looking at this, of course, and I appreciate Councilmember Meadows' request earlier, and I'm going to endorse it, where I'd really like to see a table that really spells out what the cost is for like the single family. I think that would be very helpful to have on our books, either as a guideline for the city. I think that would be a go-to thing for many people coming in to look at costs associated with construction. So for me, honestly, I looked at this, I was like, oh my gosh, we're raising fees. Now we're gonna move from 2 fees to 6. And I was concerned also about the impact, especially when you think of single-family homes, not so much multifamily developments, but single-family homes, because currently we only have that for the transportation impact fees, but now we're going to add these additional fees that will be associated with single-family development. And I was concerned about what that could mean, because as we know, developers will just pass that cost on, right? But on the other hand, I appreciate the fact that, this is something other jurisdictions have been doing. This is not Los Altos trying to grab funds to fund our own needs in the community. This is common practice. This is something we're legally allowed to do. This is something that I think developers are accustomed to. And so we are basically moving to catch up and be in line with where we should have been years ago. And obviously, we've all looked at the general fund closely for years, and we've used it to fund things that there could have been this source of funding to fund a lot of those projects, which our residents would really appreciate knowing that we're creating these funds so that we can better serve them and provide better services for them here in Los Altos. So I do support moving towards having these different impact fees here in Los Altos. I don't know, we could talk about phasing it in. As you said, these are the maximum amounts we could impose. As usual, I look to staff, this is the maximum, but I don't know how, if, I don't want to go to the maximum, but what's reasonable, what's comparable to a similar size city, like that's the type of information I would appreciate seeing. And I know we have some of that, but to say, okay, this is the maximum amount. Do we really want, since we're just rolling out these impact fees, do we want to phase it in? Do we want to start out with the maximum? And we have this discussion as council for many different topics. But just conceptually, I do support us adopting these impact fees. I think it's the right thing for the city. And I think we just need to figure out what's the best way to implement it and have it be part of our process. So thank you.
Councilmember?
So at the next meeting, I guess you're preparing a matrix for us to see and have somewhat visual examples with square footage units. Can that also include ADU samples as well? So make sure that includes how we calculate for ADUs as well.
So what the council will next see, based on AB 602, is the adoption of the Nexus study. That is different than a resolution adopting the actual fees that we will implement. AB 602 requires us to adopt it at a standalone meeting. We have to have the computations on file, and it has to be independent of then the full holistic adoption under the new law. So we will bring it back, and then you will see again in June the actual fees that are getting proposed, which then you will kind of see what you're requesting right now is kind of a breakdown in a table format of what would actually be applied under the proposed structure.
But then you're saying 2 readings or only 1 meeting needed?
So it will essentially feel like two
Yeah.
readings, because you're going to have the Nexus study, and then you're going to have the fee resolution itself in June.
Okay, just making sure we're all clear. Thank you.
So the one thing that the city attorney is just mentioning, and it's just a part of when we create new impact fees, is that it is a 60-day effectiveness. So it's not 30 days and it's not instantaneous. So it's essentially to give developers the opportunity to, if they've been working on a development, to get their applications in so that they're not getting dinged essentially at the last minute. So it is essentially a safe harbor under the provisions of the state law.
Okay, anyone else?
I'll just add, I agree with what my colleagues have said over there, and I also think it's important as we talk about this matrix to show, for example, the general government impact fee is not on top of the other fees. It's being used when the other fees aren't applicable. So it's not that all these fees are going on top of each other for every situation. So that's another thing I think that's important to illustrate, so we get an accurate picture. But yes, I'm supportive and agree, as Councilmember Flagger in particular outlined, the importance of adopting this when we get to that point, and we can talk about the levels and, again, like how we might incent certain kinds of development, affordable housing, et cetera. So thank you.
Okay. Do you need anything else?
No, that's all.
Okay, then I think we are done with this agenda item. Okay, our next item of business is create a process to select a representative to be on the SourceWise Advisory Council. Director Hernandez, thank you very much for your patience tonight. I certainly appreciate you sitting through a number of items before we finally got to item 6. So,
thank you, Mayor
thank
Weinberg.
you.
Mayor Weinberg, members of council, Manny Hernandez, Parks and Recreation Director. And the item in front of you is staff's request for direction on finding a system to select a representative for the SourceWise Council for Santa Clara County. So SourceWise, just for brief information, the information is in the report, but SourceWise is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that collaborates with Santa Clara County, state and local networks to provide programs and information and support services for the aging population within the county. So with that, staff would like council to provide direction and recommend a process of selecting that, and I'm here for selecting that representative, and I can answer any questions that council may have on that.
Okay, clarifying questions from council? Public comment?
Oh, question, sorry.
Oh, question.
So once again, the meetings are how often? Can you tell
The
me?
meetings are monthly.
Monthly?
The meetings are monthly. It's the first Monday of the month. And I don't have the exact time in front of me. I apologize for that.
Because the senior commission is first Monday of the month.
Yes, and I believe it's about 2 hours before the senior commission meeting. It's online.
Okay. And where do they meet?
Online. Those
Oh,
meetings are.
I'm sorry, didn't
Yeah.
hear you, that's why.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Online, virtual. Wonderful, thank you. Is it open to the public?
I believe it is, yes. Yes.
Okay, so public is welcome to attend as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and then that's my questions.
Okay, any public comment?
No.
All right. I will bring it back to council. Who'd like to get us started?
I would actually ask Councilmember Liang as the liaison if you have any opinion, experience, or recommendation regarding the options that staff has provided. Whether council nominates and selects a representative, whether senior commission recommends, so of the 3 options, do you have a preferred one, or what do you feel about them?
I would lean towards the recommendation number 2, the senior commission, because we might have senior commissioners that would like to participate. So if they are interested in participating on SourceWise, then they can represent or recommend someone to council.
Councilmember Flagger?
And I just want to add to that, because as Mr. England knows, this came up at the Cities Association meeting, and there was a discussion after. Just a lot of cities have vacancies on this council, and they're also going through this process about figuring out how to appoint someone, and there's no prescriptive way. Every city is going to come up with their own process. But at least 2 council members, I think it was 2 council members mentioned for their city, they have members of the public representing their city. And so I am supportive of the idea of, saying it should be a member of our senior commission, assuming they're able to attend virtually, even though their meeting is right after. But if for whatever reason, a member of the commission doesn't want to serve or is not able to serve, I am also comfortable saying have the senior commission, or I don't know if the mayor wants to do the appointment, but having a public member serve on the commission who obviously would have to demonstrate interest and knowledge about senior issues and Los Altos issues. But I just want to make sure we have that backup in the event that we don't have a senior commissioner who's able or willing to serve on the council. And I know there are none council members, none senior commission members on the SourceWise Advisory Council.
So just to clarify, council members can serve on this as well?
It was, if you're asking me, it wasn't specified that council.
Okay, so
It's-
council members are welcome to serve as well.
They can.
So yeah, so we should be open to as well, council members.
Anyone else?
I mean, I think I support the idea of having first preference a member of our senior commission. And would we leave it, Mr. Hernandez, and thank you so much for being here. Would you recommend that we leave it up to the senior commission to agendize and then appoint someone from their body to serve? And then if nobody from their body is volunteering or wants to do it, then maybe have them do their own process to select someone from the public? Like have it managed and processed and done at the senior commission level. And I'm just asking, I don't know if there's support for that.
Yes, if you're asking me my recommendation, that's what I would recommend. There's 7 senior commissioners, and if none of them are available before that monthly meeting that they have scheduled already, then leaving it to them to at least recommend someone else from the public.
Thank you.
I'm seeing nods all around to do that. Okay. I think, anything else from the council on this?
I think I have it. Thank you very much, Mayor.
All right, thank you.
And there's a big meeting for SourceWise, I think it's in May, or this month, in Sunnyvale. And actually that one is in person. Sunnyvale is hosting something at their new city hall for SourceWise. So no pressure. And it's fine if we don't have someone, obviously, but I know there's a big meeting being planned.
Wait, just getting back on that. So like you said, it's the first week of May, so.
So this is a special thing that Sunnyvale is planning for SourceWise. I don't know if it's their monthly meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was just worried that it would miss. So then I would recommend that we direct staff to make sure it gets on the May Senior Commission meeting, and then it'll come back to us on the first May council meeting.
I will see what we can do to get that on the agenda.
If we're in the noticing period window. Okay, items 7 and 8 are informational only. So that brings us to council and staff reports and direction on future agenda items. Councilmember Flagger.
I am sorry, and I know we closed the item. Mr. Hernandez, did you slip out? So the meeting in person at the Sunnyvale, new community center is on May 6th at 12 to 2 p.m., 12 noon to 2 p.m. Again, we won't meet that timeline, but that's their first in-person meeting that Sunnyvale is hosting for SourceWise.
All right, so who would like to go first on reports and possible future agenda items? Vice Mayor?
First, I would like to report that I represented the city at Junior Olympics this Saturday. For those of you in the room who don't know, or for members of the public who don't know, this is an institution in Los Altos that has been going on for 64 years. Both my children participated when they were at Oak, and I'm trying not to get all choked up because it's just one of the most amazing experiences that you can see. I've seen some of the most incredible demonstrations of sportsmanship from young people. And I just want to relate a little vignette, okay? I saw a girl fall on she was doing the hurdles. She fell out of the starting blocks on her face, got herself up in tears, scraped pieces of the track out of her knee, and then ran her tail off fiercely just to try not to come in last. And of course, the person that she was trying to catch was also racing just as hard, and then when they finished, they gave each other a big hug. So anyway, that's Junior Olympics. There were some hiccups with regard to parking, and we need to coordinate a little better. I understand that we issued 25 citations for parking that day, and I would like to avoid that going forward, so we need to coordinate better. I have an agenda item that I would like to propose. I think we should take up the issue of increasing our police department budget to hire a dedicated resource for parking and traffic enforcement. My understanding is that we have approximately 1.5 FTE for that now, but it's not dedicated insofar as the staff that's in charge of that or responsible for that can do other things. My proposal is that we take up the issue of funding a dedicated resource for parking and traffic enforcement.
Is that something that can be folded into the budgetary process, or is that something we should agendize separately?
I think if council wanted to provide direction to change how we do parking enforcement, a standalone item prior to the budget would be helpful.
Okay, could you again say exactly what it is that you want to agendize?
I would like to agendize making a decision about increasing the police budget to fund a dedicated headcount for traffic and parking enforcement.
Clarification, so you're asking to create another FTE position for the police department?
Yes, this is one FTE that I am proposing. However, I don't think it's a sworn position. Maybe Acting Chief Ledoux could,
Sorry,
City Manager.
Vice Mayor, I think the way you had proposed a dedicated resource would be appropriate. It may or may not be an FTE, and it could be one or more, depending on how the conversation goes. With regard to traffic enforcement, each of our shifts has traffic attached to it. So we could focus on parking, which we do reactively. We do not do proactive parking enforcement outside of downtown right now.
So Mayor, I'm not going to support this at the moment because we have a new chief coming on board, and I don't think it's appropriate for us to take measures right now without the new chief coming in and having a chance to identify where he or she sees gaps in the organization. So I feel it's too preliminary.
I had a similar thought. I'm not insensitive or opposed to the idea of what you're suggesting. I just don't have enough information in front of me, I think, to be able to commit to it yet.
So, just to clarify, if it means to have a discussion so we can better help understand and prioritize whether we need to increase that budget area, I'd be open to having that discussion, because I think if it helps, we have that discussion and it helps the new chief understand what we'd like to see as well, and what the public would like to see as far as traffic safety or parking, how we conduct our parking, and they need more support. I'd like to better understand that and have that discussion.
So I see the city attorney raising her hand, and I will just say, I don't think it's good. So based on the description, this will require staff work. And so it does require 3 individuals, and I echo the reasons that Councilmember Meadows has already expressed, where, we're dictating what an FTE role should be. We have no idea what the needs of the department is.
I don't want to have a policy discussion, obviously, okay? And I think everybody else has verged on a policy discussion here. I still think we need to put this on our agenda and do it. And
All right. I think there's only 2. I don't think that there's 3.
2 can have a discussion, so we
So
can.
you're going to discuss it without a staff report and numbers? I mean,
there's no benefit to a discussion. There's no benefit to a discussion. We need to take action. And I think
Okay,
that the
then
residents
it's a dead item.
have indicated a desire to see this too.
Okay.
We just said yet. And so we're not ruling it out, we're just saying time. That's all.
Yeah.
Sorry, city attorney.
Vice Mayor, anything else? All right, who'd like to go next? All right, I'll go ahead and go.
No, go ahead.
Okay. I attended the State of the Cities event. It was a big success, if I do say so myself. I also had the pleasure of attending Boy Scout Troop 30's Court of Honor. 5 scouts were celebrated for reaching the rank of Eagle Scout. It was a very solemn and moving ceremony. And if anyone ever has an opportunity to attend a Court of Honor, I recommend that you do so. And over the weekend, I attended the Community Safety Forum. It was eye-opening in a lot of ways. There was good attendance. There were people from the Hills there. I think there were more people from the Hills in the unincorporated area, but there certainly were a number of Los Altons as well. And KTVU was there, so that was interesting. I would like to propose as a future agenda item, and I think staff was planning on doing this anyway, but just to be sure, I think that we should go back and take a look at our inclusionary rates. I'm seeing nods all around. Were you planning on bringing this anyway, Director Zorns?
Rates or the
percentages?
Okay.
A percentage is a rate.
Yeah, you're right. Fair. Yes. Yeah, we are going to be bringing that back. Yes.
Okay.
That was in the Q&A, if you noticed.
That's right. It wasn't. I knew that.
And
I
it
saw
wasn't
someone
your
who said,
question
"I have
either,
already
Mayor."
Put my notes down.
In all fairness, in full disclosure, so the council knows, there was a potential that a case was going to go to the California Supreme Court, and I wanted to wait, and it just got passed on, so it won't be heard further. So the law is the law still.
Okay. The law is still the law. Who'd like to go next? Councilmember Liang.
Acknowledge the Daughters of the Revolutionary event.
Oh, thank you. No, I'll leave it to you. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, we attended the Daughters of the Revolution event. That was a fun event, and it had activities there and wonderful people were acting it out, and it was just a wonderful display and gathering. I attended the Congressional Art Reception Competition hosted by Congresswoman Eshoo. Vice Mayor was there too. So also attended the Youth Commission's second annual open mic night, where the talents of our teens were showcased. The variety of skills and performances of students from Bay Area high schools were amazing. 2 students of Los Altos High, Axel and Zoe of the Los Altos Green Team, provided plants they grew as gifts for all performers, just voluntarily did that. And I thought that was very sweet. And so our youth commissioners had a great time. I really want to acknowledge that we had 2 staff members, our recreation staff or 3 of them, Candace, Bridget, and Sarah, for their part in providing the support, assistance, and ensuring that it was a successful event in guiding the teens through this. So I want to do a shout out for our staff and intern for the wonderful job they did. So thank you. Future agenda items. Our city attorney's contract states that we shall participate in a performance review, which
Where
shall not.
does it say that?
It's in the city attorney's contract.
Yeah, I have it right in front of me. I'm asking where. I want to look at the clause. Where does it say that?
Oh, I didn't bring the contract, but I just pulled the part out of it that I needed to reference. And that which shall not occur more than twice annually. So shall not occur more than twice annually. I think it's our responsibility for us and to do our part to have an evaluation of our city attorney, and I'm going to call for an evaluation.
So I don't support that. I'm looking at the clause right now, and my reading of the clause does not comport with yours.
Okay.
Okay. Any other future agenda items? No, that's it. Okay. Lisa, Sally?
I'll be brief, thank you. So I also attended the State of the Cities. Congratulations, well done, Mayor. Great speech. And I was very proud that you were a representative at the podium. You really covered, what we've done as a community over the last couple of years and your vision for the future. And I thought it was well done. And of course, we had to pivot to a different format, and I thought it went smoothly. So thanks to staff for working with the chamber to make it happen. But it was really a successful event. I was only there for an hour, but well worth it. So thank you for representing us well. My report out, I attended the City Leaders Summit. Last week, I wore two different hats. I went as a Los Altos council member, but I was also there as a Cal Cities board member, and went to a few sessions, one talking about building trust in government and things we can do as council members and as city staff to build trust in government. You can't have too much transparency, and there were many examples given related to that, because when you bring the community along, you can get so many more things done. So we don't have, if one of the statements was, if you have transparency and the community knows what you're doing, then, and you'll always get public comment on any new big project. But if you bring them along before you actually roll out the big project, then, presumably you'll have less members of the public opposing it, because they get it, they understand you were transparent, they knew it was coming. And so that's something I thought we do here in Los Altos, but it's also a good reminder. I also went to a session that talked about, and I talked to Mr. England about this, about being more intentional about happiness and kindness in our city. And people talked about different things they're doing in their cities to do this. After COVID, the idea is, you can't take happiness for granted anymore, or community relationships. You have to be intentional by having community service days. And other ideas were thrown around. A matter of fact, one of the learnings for me from that session, I am now applying to a project we're working on as a cities association, so stay tuned. And then the last thing, the last session, they talked about, and I'm glad we have our summer intern program, about how we can engage youth in City Hall. And they were talking about the data showing how our youth are engaged in different ways. But we really need to make sure that we're working with the schools. We have our 2x2 committees, and I know that's one way for us to do it. But really working with our school community and engaging youth in City Hall, and people like city council members, again, and representatives were sharing different ways they're doing this. And so, I went to a lot of uplifting sessions, and I don't know if it was intentional that Cal Cities planned it that way, but it was a great City Leaders Summit, sold out, well attended. And then the Cal Cities board portion, we were able to go to the Hill, and I say the Hill, the Capitol building, and we sat in a session where they were celebrating Cities Week. And so we were featured locally, because there were a lot of council members there in the audience, and of course all the assembly members. It was funny, they all looked up at us, and there's a good shot of them looking up at us in the gallery. So overall, thank you for supporting me to go to City Leaders Summit. And that's it. I don't have any future agenda items.
Okay, thank you. And then there was one.
Yes, and I have a very short list because I have a longer list of other things that I was doing. But so I stopped by the museum just earlier because there was an event recognizing and bidding farewell to the executive director, Elizabeth Ward. So I just popped in because obviously it was not good timing for any of us. So I did stop by and bid our respects to her. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Then with that, we are adjourned.